Hello everybody and welcome to this live stream. This is about a puzzle event called Secret Solver, so let me quickly tell you what's going on. What you see here on the screen is a puzzle that was sent to me by a secret puzzle setter. So the Secret Solver is this event where we have, I think it was like 40, 50, maybe 60 participants, and everybody writes a puzzle for one other person in this group, so forming a whole chain. So I already made and delivered the puzzle that I made, and this is the puzzle that I received from my Secret Santa. And today I am here to try to attempt this puzzle, see if I can solve it. The puzzle is titled Busywork, which you can only see in the file name here because it's a plain text file, but just to give you an idea of the dimension of this file is absolutely humongous. So I've actually downloaded it. I can close that. I've actually downloaded it into my data folder here, and we can take a look at this and see that it is 21,747 lines. Many of them, of course, are offset by these dashes, but even if I remove, duplicated lines, it's still 14,000 separate lines. And each of those lines looks like a clue for a word. We have a number in parentheses which gives us the length of the word, and I can already tell that some of these are cryptic wordplay. Each of these are cryptic wordplay, so I can see, for example, that initially refers to the first letters of these words. Communer, imprintings, cannelon, INS. This doesn't really make sense as a sentence, but if you look at just the first letters, you get CICI, S, BEO, Sysbio. It doesn't make any sense either, but it is 8 letters. Okay, well, lastly usually means take the last letter. So let's look at the last letters of these. SEIGN, sign, SEI, no. Oh, okay, I'm gonna have to write this down. SEIGNORAGE. Seigniorage, that is definitely a word. So it seems that there are going to be some rare-ish words in it, which is probably why we are provided a link here to a dictionary, which of course I've also downloaded, so we can look at that, and let's see if seigniorage is in there, and it turns out that it is. So what was this one here? This was CCSBEO. That doesn't really look like a word, but it is in the list, so that is a valid word. Okay, so it turns out we have like tens of thousands of these, so doing them by hand is of course inadvisable. It would be both, it would probably give me repetitive strain injury, and it would also be ridiculously boring for you guys to watch. So we're going to do some programming. So I've already set up a Visual Studio project here, into which I'm just going to load the words first, the Scrabble dictionary that we were given, which is here. And I'm going to turn that into a hash set so that I can more efficiently check if a word exists or not. Okay, and then we're going to go through the lines in that input file, which is busywork.txt. So for each line, I think we're going to check for certain keywords such as initially, lastly, alternatively, and then we're gonna see where we get. I am going to skip the first 2 lines because that's going to be the link. In fact, I think I can safely just delete those 2 lines because I've already downloaded the dictionary. Okay. And so each of these are going to be words, and each of the dividing lines is going to be either dashes or equal signs, so I should probably set off the sets of words like that. So I'm going to put these words in one line with commas, and then whenever there is a dash, I'm going to do a new line, and whenever there's 2 dashes, I'm going to do 2 new lines. That makes sense, right? So, let's see. So we're going to need a list of strings to remember the words that we've already processed within the current block, right? And then whenever we encounter one of these here, we're going to output them all in one line and then empty the list. So let's see. I'm going to need a set of regular expressions that will recognize some patterns such as initially and lastly. I'm going through my through several options in my head. I wonder if I want to do it with an if-else statement or whether I want to create like a list of regular expressions with lambda expressions, but I think the if-else will do for now. I can still transmogrify it if it turns out later to be unworkable, but I suspect it is probably workable. So yeah, let's start. So let's start with initially because I know what that means. So if I'm going to need a variable, so let's do this. So if we can match the line against this regular expression which says initially space and then a bunch of words, and then at the end, of course, we're going to have the enumeration, right? I'm going to, yeah, exactly. Matching the okay, I'm going to match the enumeration separately because every clue, regardless of what type, is going to have an enumeration. Well, Quinn, if it isn't, like if there is a space at the start of a line, then I want to know about it. So it will tell me the first line where it doesn't match, and then I will take a look at it. Hello everybody and welcome and thank you for joining. Okay, so let's start by matching the enumeration first. So I'm just going to, I shouldn't have deleted that. So we're going to match everything at the start of the line, followed by space, open parenthesis, and then some numbers, which I should parenthesize, like this. And if that is a success, then we're going to, why is it telling me to, what is it telling me to do here? Generated regex attribute. No, I don't care about that. Let's suppress that. Yeah, just suppress this in a suppression file. Okay, so it won't bother me. Okay, so let's first check if it matches an equals line or a dash line. So if m equals, in fact, I don't need a match object for this, do I? I can just say if it does match. So if the line consists of exactly this, like that, else. Okay, so yeah, no, I think I am actually going to use an object, and I'm going to match the equal signs or the minus signs in the same regular expression because I want to do very similar things with that. So if that match is a success, like this, then we're going to output all of the words that we already have. We're going to join them with commas, and then we're going to output another new line, if and only if, yeah, if and only if it is equal sign. So m dot groups 1 value 0 equals. So if it starts with that, okay, what am I doing here? So if that is the case, then we output a new line. Okay, now this will parse a clue. And now, of course, the clue is going to be the first value and the enumeration, which I can't call enum because that's a keyword. So I'm just going to call it len for length. And I'm going to use int.parse so that I have the integer value of it. Okay, now, if, so I'm going to use m again because we don't need that anymore. So if the clue matches a regular expression that says initially at the start, so like this, and then a lot of stuff, and then end, if that is a successful match, then the word will consist of, well, we want the string from the second match, we want to split it at the spaces, and then for each word we want the first letter, so that would be W0. Okay, and then we're going to join string that, and we're going to uppercase that, like this. Now, we don't need to remember what type of clue it was, I don't think. I think we only need the words. So I'm actually going to do this, and then we can do lots and lots of if, else, blah, blah, blah. Right, and then at the end, if none of these match, then I'm just going to debugger break, and then it'll tell me which line didn't match. And in fact, I guess I should output the line number. Now, in order to do the line number, I'm going to have to change this to a for loop. So I'm going to have to put this in a variable. I'm going to have to use read all lines so that it's an array. And then I can use this to convert that to a for loop. Now we have a line index, and I can just say line index +1, because in Notepad++, they start counting at 1. So that doesn't parse, so I will output that and then debugger break. Okay, so initially means take the first letters, lastly means take the last letters. So that would be w.last. That gives me the last character. Yes, I could have written this as w.first. Like, it's the same thing. So, if I run this now, it'll fail, obviously, on the very first match, because that one does not use initially or lastly. And indeed, it says line 1 doesn't parse. Very good. Okay, so let's start with line 1. Line 1 says in emoticon siderolite, siderolite, I don't know, it's probably some mineral, right? But what's going on here is that we're looking for an 8-letter word that is in that string, and in this case the answer is consider. And of course the only reason I know it's that and not on sidero is because consider is a word. So I'm going to have to try all possible 8-letter substrings and find the one that is actually in the dictionary. There are two complications here. One of them is that, of course, I need to remove the space, because the word consider is not going to be in the dictionary with a space in it. But the other complication is that it must contain a space, because if I don't do that, then the word emoticon itself, which also has 8 letters, will also match. Right? So I'm going to have to find an 8-letter substring that isn't itself a word by itself. So I want a substring that contains a space without actually having the space in the string, because I need it to be 8 letters. Whew. So how are you going to do that? We're going to do that with a regular expression. Yeah. Okay, so let's see. M equals regex match clue. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking, right? So we're going to have in. I'm doing this parenthesis, by the way, because I think there is going to be other words to stand in for the same mechanic. So for example, here we have ultimately, that also means use the last letter, right? So I'm gonna be putting that in here. In fact, I should probably do this so I don't have to repeat the spaces every time. There you go, this is better. Okay, so here I can say lastly or ultimately. Right, that's what I'm thinking. But let's go back to this. So we want in, and then we want some string. Yeah, so if that is a success, let's see. Then we need to... Okay, so the string is obviously m.groups2.value. That is the string matched after the in clue, right? And then we can go from I to its length minus the enumeration. So this will give me all starting positions that the substring could start at, including the beginning. Let me just quickly think if this is correct. Yes, it is correct, because if len is 1, it'll go up to less than length minus 1. Yes, this is correct. Okay, so if now we want to match another regular expression. We want to match this against the string starting at letter I, and we want to match 8, well 8 in this case, but we Okay, let me do this so I can put len in here. So I'm putting len, the number, inside of curly brackets, which I have to duplicate in order to escape them. So I want that many copies of something that is either a letter, which I suppose, now that I think about it, I should probably tell it to, why is there no auto-completion here? Regex options dot ignore case invariant culture. Okay, this is going to be a bit annoying to have to keep repeating, so I'm just going to say var r equals that, and then I'm just going to put r everywhere. Interesting. So what's going on here? What's going on is that this close parenthesis is in the wrong place. There we go. That is why the auto-completion wasn't working, because my cursor wasn't inside of the regex.match parenthesis. Okay, so inside of here we want R, and then check if that is a successful match. Now if that is the case, oh yeah, sorry, we want a letter, or well, we want a letter optionally followed by a space. Okay, yes, that makes sense. So we will have 8 occurrences of that, and the spaces count as part of the occurrences. So it will actually contain 8 letters and some number of spaces perhaps in between. Right, so I can do this if that is a successful match, and also the value of that match contains a space. Because if it doesn't contain any spaces, then let's skip it. So if that is the case, then we're going to assign word. So word would now be, oh yeah, I need to put a, no, I do not want to put a $sign here. I do want to put a start here because I've been using substring to cut off the first I letters, but I need the regular expression to tell me where it ends. So m.value is going to be the match part of it. But then of course I have to replace all the spaces, and then I'm going to uppercase the whole thing. And then I'm going to break out of this for loop. Right, does that? Yeah, that auto formats. However, I now also need to check that that is in the dictionary. So if words contains W, then and only then we want to break. Now, this means that at the end of this for loop, the variable word will still contain the last match of the regular expression, even if that isn't in the dictionary. So I'm going to use a temporary variable here. If words contains W, then word equals W break. There we go. And then that should do it. Okay, so that else is now applying to the wrong if. I want it to apply here. There we go. So that is why the indentation was wrong the whole time. It's because I had a missing close curly in there. Okay. Now, if at the end of this entire block the variable word is still not assigned, then I want to yeah, let's actually not do else here and just say if word equals null, then this doesn't parse. And then, you know, we can step through it to see if it matches any regular expressions and then fails for some other reason. Okay, so let's start this. And line 2 doesn't parse. So line 1 was successful, so we can look at, not words, we look at cur. Right. Oh, come on. Cur. Now cur does not contain anything. Well, that's interesting. So that means that line 1, oh, of course, I didn't actually add it to cur. So cur.add word. Let's put else here. Oh, interesting. Was there actually a warning here? Yeah, it warned me that word may be null here. Possible null reference argument. Okay, that is very cool that it warns me of that. Okay, so now let's run that again and see if cur now contains the word consider. It contains emoticon. Okay, now why does it, despite what I said? And the answer is that because this piece of regular expression is going to match a letter with a possible space after it. So it did actually match this part of the string, including the space after the last n. And then, of course, this condition was still true because that last space is in the string. So I'm going to put .trim here to mitigate against that. Okay, let's do that. So now hopefully we have the word consider. Awesome. Okay, now that we're at the debugger.break and we have our line ix, I can actually just put lines of line ix in my watch window, and then I will see the cryptic clue that didn't parse. So we have conclusions of, and that is another sort of use the last letter, and it says end endpoints. That is most definitely a word. Okay, so let's go to where I put lastly, ultimately. Oh, I shouldn't have closed it so quickly. I should have copied and pasted this. Okay, conclusions of. And we have our first successfully parsed group. Consider endpoints periodically. Now that makes sense as an English sentence, so I'm already stoked to find out what's going on here. Okay, line 5. Let's take a look at line 5. Errand sibilates. Now, errand is one of the many words used in cryptic clues to signal anagramming. So I need to find an anagram of the word sibilates that isn't sibilates itself. You will see that sibilates is in fact 9 letters, so it makes sense that matches. So I'm going to make another hash set here, or rather a dictionary, which will map from the sorted list of letters in a word to the list of words that consist of those letters. Okay, so for example, let's say you have the word strength. Okay, I was gonna say strengths, but let's do strings because it has 2 S's. That makes for a good example. So it would sort this alphabetically, G, I, and then obviously R comes before that, N goes here, and the S goes here. And then we will have a dictionary that will map from this to all of the words that anagram to this. So if there is another word that anagrams to it, it would also be in that list. So for that, we need anagrams. We need a dictionary going from string to list of string. And then I forgot the word new in front. There you go. And then for each word, we're gonna say anagrams.add save. This will create inner lists as necessary. Now we're just gonna order the characters within the word, join string that to make that a string, and add the word itself. There we go. And now anagrams is gonna be our lookup table. So let's see. So we have initially, lastly, ultimately in. Let's see, whoops, if m equals regex.match clue. Okay, so we had errand, I believe. Yeah, we had errand, and broken is another example. Yeah, that's basically all of the anagram indicators I can see right now. Okay, so this will do that. I wonder if there is sometimes... Okay, so mix is another one. I wonder if there is sometimes one where the clue itself is actually multiple words, because that's allowed in cryptic clues, even if the answer is one word. So this here could contain spaces. What was the one? Yeah, mixed. There you go. So if that is the case, if that is successful, then, oh yeah, I should probably put a dollar there. Did I miss out the dollar? No, I did not miss it out in the others. Okay, so let's see. So the entry in our anagrams dictionary is going to be this. We get m.groups1 value, replace all the spaces with nothing, and then make it uppercase. Yeah. Okay, so, and if that is not in the dictionary, I want to get a null. Okay, what is this complaining about? Anagrams is not null here. Yeah, I know. Why is that a warning? Argument of type dictionary blah cannot be used for parameter dict of type in due to differences in the nullability of the reference types. Okay, so I'm going to get annoyed by this. So I'm quickly going to check the compiler options for this particular project. If any of you see the option I'm looking for, which will turn off the nullability. Actually, wait, no. I know how to do this. I can just open the CS proj. Nullable, there we go. I can just turn that into disable and then tell it to, oh, that even worked without, I expected the box to pop up that says, hey, that file was changed, you want to reload it, but apparently it did that automatically. Okay, we can get undistracted now. So if entry equals null or entry.count is less than 2, we expect the original word to be in it and also the word. Well, actually, maybe the clue word might not be in it, especially if it's multiple words. It's not going to be a single entry. So, actually, I'm going to say entry except. Right, let's actually put this in a variable, right? This is the, oh, God, that was a bit weird. Okay, let's call this the clue word, CW. There you go. Okay, so if the entry except for the clue word, oh, that was a shortcut there. Fix the formatting. Yeah, okay, this is fine. So if that dot count is less than 1, right, then I want to know about it. In all other cases, I can just, ooh, what is this? Do not use count or long count when any can be used. That is a fair point, but we do want to extract the answer, so no, you know what, I think I'm going to do this. So if that is the case, in all other cases the word is equal to entry dot first, where the word is not equal to CW. There you go. So if somehow this check fails and there is still no matching condition here, or no word that matches the condition, then this will throw an exception and then I will still get a debugger break on that. So, good. That's good so far. Okay, so let's see. Ooh, it actually fails right here. So let's take a look at CW, which is errand. That is not what I expected. I expected sibilates. I should have put groups 2 here. There we go. And it still doesn't work, but it does contain sibilates. So let's see what entry says. Entry is null. That is because the key in the anagrams dictionary is of course not the word itself, but rather the sorted list of characters. Okay, there we go. Line 8 doesn't parse, so that means that we have, ooh, I forgot to clear the list after the first group. Okay, so once we do this here, we're gonna say cur.clear. And then of course at the end of the entire file, you know what, I'm just going to cheat and just put equal signs at the end of the file so that it will clear the list, so I don't have to take care of that at the end of the for loop. So the next one is line 8, and line 8 is alternatively. Okay, now alternatively means take every other letter. So it's either the even positioned letters or the odd positioned letters. I'll need to check which one of the two is actually in the dictionary. So let's cancel. Else if m equals regex.match clue alternatively that r.success. If that is the case, then the clue word is, well, it's basically this. It's not basically this, it is this. So there are two possibilities. So I'm gonna do a for loop with two things. And yeah, so how do I do this? So the alternate characters are, yeah, it's easy. It's so we skip I characters, right? And then we select for every character and index if index modulo 2 is equal to 0, then we do take the character, but make it nullable, otherwise null, and then select only the nulls, where not null, and then join string that. There we go. That will give us every other letter. So if words, what just happened? If words contains alt, then word equals alt. Okay. Well, and also break, I suppose. There we go. It's the same as here. Okay, let's run that. Stabilize Sissus Bio Signorage Geodic Pinchcocks. I don't know what to make of that, but let's continue. So line 11 is found within. Okay, that is the same as in. Found, oops, I forgot to put the pipe character there. Found within. Okay, run that. And now we have backs of. That is the same as lastly, ultimately, conclusions of. Next one. The next one is contained within. That is the same as this one here. Contained within. And then we have outsiders of. Hello, bagels, welcome to the stream. Now, outsiders, I believe, means the first and the last letter. So you'll notice there are actually 4 words, but we want an 8-letter word. And we get P-E-L-L-E-T-A-L, so palatal. I don't know that word, but palatal. But it is a word. There we go. It is in line 113,153 for some reason. So, that doesn't parse. Okay, so we need to create another thing that is kind of like initially or lastly. But it's called, I forgot what it was called. I will put it in. It was outsiders of. That's what it was. Okay, so for each of these, we want W of 0. And also W last, so I'm going to make that an interpolated string, so I can just put both of those together like this. And then we just join string and uppercase that. Right, I just realized that in these branches of the if, I'm not actually checking whether that word is in the dictionary. So I'm going to put another check here. So if word is null, then it doesn't parse, but if words doesn't contain the word, then, so I just heard on Discord that somebody joined the Discord. Oh, I'm actually muted on Discord. Okay, I have now unmuted on Discord. Hello to everyone who joined on the Discord channel. You have the Twitch URL in the channel description, so go ahead and watch me on Twitch. Okay, let's continue this. So if this is the case, then we want to say that line ix plus 1 doesn't make a word. And then also debugger break, so that I will know about it. And we get as far as line 22 now, within amalgam bashes. So within, of course, is the same as contained within and found within, so it's just within. Okay, and the next we have is regularly. Regularly is also alternatively, so regularly, let's try that. And then we get last of all. So should that include the word all? Let's see. No, because then it would start with LBR, but it's probably just BR because it says brutalize. Holy shit, that is a word. Okay, last of all. So let's put that there. Hello, Mr. Lancelot. This does look interesting indeed. It is a puzzle that I received that is personalized to me, so I definitely find this interesting. We want a 14-letter word here, so oddly. Oddly is the same as alternatively. Now, oddly actually tells you which of the two it is. You know, there's oddly and evenly. But I'm just going to just pretend that it could be either, because it's like it's astronomically unlikely that the wrong one is also going to be a word. So I think this will work. The next one is finally, which is the same as lastly. Okay, finally. Whoops, that is finally. And let's run this again. We have heads of. That is the same as start. So initially or heads of. Surprising that we haven't had any other synonyms of initially yet. So inside, of course, is the same as in. So inside, let's do that. And then we get part of. That is also the same as inside. And then we have primarily, that is the first letter. And then we have banks of. That, oh yeah, okay, I don't know if sannyasi is a word. Sannyasi, okay, it is a word. So it means first and last letter, just like outsiders of. So for a moment there, I was worried that it's letter banks, which would be significantly more complex to implement. Let's see what you guys have to say. Bump. Let's see. You have a link to the puzzle. Okay, I guess I can link you to the puzzle, but it is actually intentionally not public yet because it's my gift and I'm going to solve it first and then I will put it in a spreadsheet. Sannyasis is a word meaning Hindu yoga practitioner. Thank you for elucidating that. We have cases of. Is that also the outside? Because it's 5 words and 10 letters, so S-E-A-C... Seasonings. Seasonings. Yes, I'm gonna go with that. I'm gonna say that is here. Cases of. Because, you know, cases as in things that enclose something, like, for example, a jewelry case. It's that meaning of cases. Held by, that is another containment indicator. So let's do this, held by. And then we have first of all. We already had last of all, so let's do first of all here. Let's put this here so I can check the chat more easily. Shall I pin the link? Thank you, Bagels. That is a good idea. Go ahead and do that. Wait, it's not yoga. I don't know what I was thinking. Hindu holy men is more like it. Okay, well... origins of, I believe that is first letters, because this is a lot of words. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, yeah, it's 8 words. I'm gonna say that's the first letter. And if it's not, then it will tell me that it's not in the dictionary. Okay, there we go. That doesn't make a word. Okay, so what word did it try to make? Or did I just miss? Oh yeah, of course I did. It's origins of. There you go. And now we have strange. Strange is another anagram indicator. So instead of errant, broken, mixed, we now have strange. And then we have edges of. That is another outsiders, banks, cases, edges. There you go. Fringe is also edges. Although I'm surprised it doesn't say fringes of. Let's see, foreordination. That is indeed a 14-letter word, yes. And then we have hidden in, so that is another containment. Hidden in. Okay, so we got up to line 123 so far, but of course this will grow exponentially because more and more of the clue types will be covered and we will make greater and greater strides. So leaders of is of course first letters. Can you add line IX as a watch, please? That is a good idea, I'll do that. Was about to ask if this was intended way to solve given it didn't look like, yep, of course. I mean, the hard part here is not the clues themselves. The hard part is the fact that it is 14,000 of them. Yeah, okay, you saw the length of it. Yeah, it's 21,000 lines out of which 14,000 are actually clues. Okay, so we don't need cur anymore. So I'm just going to replace that with line IX. And we don't need these anymore. So evenly is of course the same as oddly. I could have just added that when I added oddly. But I guess I wanted to see whether it is actually in there. So we have bad. Bad is another anagram indicator. Insane is also an indicator for anagrams. Insane. And then we have fixed. I believe that fixed in the sense of repaired is also a anagram indicator. Wait, it was Muse, M-E-U-W, so, what anagram is there of Muse? I'm kind of curious now. We're looking for a, let's see, we're looking for a 4-letter word which contains M-E-W, yeah, so it needs to contain an M, an E, a W, and an S. Let's see, oh, it doesn't find one. But that's weird because my algorithm did find one. Oh, I only typed 3 dots there. This is why. There you go. SMU. Okay, the word is SMU. I'm really curious now. That is not where I wanted to go. I wanted to go here. SMU, a small Eurasian diving duck. Margellus albellus, the male of which has white and black plumage and a white crest. Okay, I've never heard of that duck. Let's continue. We have weird. That is also an anagram indicator. I'm losing orientation within this sea of regular expressions. Let's run that again. We now have wrong, which is also anagrams. Wrong. Then we have extremely. That is another indicator for the extremes, as in the outside letters, so first and last letter. And then we have it, and we are through. I'm gonna let this run. There we go. We have everything now. You might want to fold in the working code that you don't need to see. Okay, fair point, but too late. We're done. So we are now going to create a string builder. And now instead of console write line, we're gonna say append line, this. And then here at the end, I'm going to say file dot write lines, write all lines. Well, I want this, sb.toString, this is the contents. And I want to copy this directory there. Let's call it results.txt. There you go. Then we run that. Okay, we want to, not lines, write all text, of course. Because it's a single string. Write all lines takes a set of lines. So let's open this, and this is the result. Now comes the part that I'm not so good at, which is the hunt puzzly part. I now have a bunch of words. Oh, consider endpoints periodically is the clue as to what to do with the rest. Endpoints periodically. So the endpoints, as in first and last letter of these words, give me oh, that started out promising. Consider endpoints periodically. I don't know what to do with that. Schoolwork kleptomaniacs. Periodically could be referring to periodical, the periodic table of elements. So endpoints, I was hoping we would have to just solve cryptics again recursively. I thought that might be the case, but I think the center probably thought that would be lame because, I keep saying I am a sucker for variety. I want things to be different. So I think that we're looking for chemical elements, right? So this one here could be selenium. This one could just be oxygen, germanium. So I'm going to play with that and see what I get. List of chemical elements here. We have selenium, which is number 34. Then we have oxygen, which is number 8. Then we have germanium. There we go, that's number 32. And then IC doesn't exist, so carbon, 6. and then Ks doesn't exist, so sulfur. And that is 16. Now I was hoping that we'd get only elements between 1 and 26, and I could read that as A1Z26. But that is not the case. So what am I supposed to do with these numbers? Another possibility is that endpoints is like the first and the last letter. So this would be selenium because this is the S. And then this could be cobalt. But then we still get another selenium. And then GC. GC is not a valid chemical element. And neither is PS. So that theory falls apart as well. So I am stuck. Maybe these are supposed to be indexes into the concatenation of all of these. If I concatenate all of these, then I can make 34 work. Let's just see what happens if I do that. So let's do this, and let's substitute, replace text to search that. Oh, text to search through, huh? Okay, let's do that, and then search for that, replace with that. All right, and then I really only want the first one, don't I? This was completely unnecessary. What I want is 34, 8, 32, 6, 16. Insert row above. Put that here, and then mid that string, starting at this and 1. Pisile. Is that a word? That is not a word, no. Why are you only taking elements from the ends of the words? Because that's how I interpret the word endpoints. Of course, the beginning could also be, right, so ST, I don't think ST is a thing. So let's go with sulfur on that one as well, I guess. So, sulfur then is 16. And then this would be carbon, which is 8. No, 8 is oxygen. I don't know them by heart. Carbon is 6. Oh yeah, we had carbon here, I'm stupid. Then we have Se, selenium, so 34. And then Ge, again germanium, which is 32. And then Pi is not a thing, so this is phosphorus. And I have even more numbers now and don't know what to do with those. But I suppose I can try indexing those as well. This looks like it's supposed to say ellipsis or something ending in ibo, but it doesn't. Let's see, lower concatenate these. Give me that, and let's anagram that and see if that gives me, no, that does not give me a single word. Okay. Yeah, what else can we do with these? So it does seem to be the case, just eyeing this, that they do all end with start and end with valid chemical elements. So I could, in theory, write an algorithm to extract all those numbers, but I don't want to do that until I know what to do with it, because these numbers seem kind of pointless, or rather, if they were all in the range 1 to 26, that would be cool. Maybe the difference between them, like 16 and what is this? This is 18, so that would be an R. Right, but then the difference here is 2, so that would be RB. So that's not gonna be a word, and then we have another B, and then this is a 26, so that would make it a Z, and then A. So it's not that either. Consider endpoints periodically. So it would be SSE. Okay, sorry, I should probably keep the numbers that I have. We have SSE, CO, SEGEGECPS. There must be a reason that selenium and germanium come up multiple times. I can see a lot of words here starting with SE and GE. Maybe it'll help if I write down some kind of histogram of how often each element comes up. Maybe all of the values that are not, yeah, let's actually, you know, let's just change that so it's aligned. Okay, let's actually look at only the numbers that are in the range 1 to 26. So 16 would be a P, and then we get an F and an H, and then we get another F and then an O and a P. No, that is not. So the reason I thought this is because 32 is actually the ASCII code for the space, and 34 is the double quote. But if this was supposed to be ASCII, then why would the author use low numbers for the letters and ASCII codes for spaces and double quotes? They would use ASCII codes for all of it. And since ASCII codes only go up to 128, and there are 118 elements, and the last 10 aren't letters, I think. Like, I think the last letter, what kind of font is this? 7A, yeah, so the last lowercase letter is 7A, which is only, oh, okay, that is more than, right, okay, but you could make do with just the capital letters, which would only go up to 90 something. Anyway, end of theory, I need to figure out what's actually going on here. I don't really get it. If any of you have any ideas, I'm more than happy to hear them. But yeah, let's actually do the histogram idea that I had. Are there other lines that look like instructions? That is a very good question. Let's just take a quick look through this. I'm gonna go with no on this. Let's see if there is ever any like a single line thing, right? So that would be like a new line followed by a new line, and then something, which doesn't need parentheses, and then again 2 new lines. Yep, that does not happen. So just to make sure that this regular expression actually works, yeah, okay. It does find all the empty lines, but there is no single line anywhere. Okay, so let's do what I said I was gonna do. So this is our first thing. So I'm going to turn this into a function and call it solve step 1, I guess. And then let's do something else now. Let's solve step 2. Let's also remove that unnecessary cast. Okay, so step 2 will read the lines from the results. I think I should call this results 1, so that I can then, so I'm just gonna run this again to make the file with the new name. There you go. And then I'll close this and I'll delete that. Okay, so this is our results 1. Now, I guess I can delete these 2 lines. No, I'm just going to say skip 2 here because if I ever run this code up here again, it will recreate those lines and yeah. Okay, so we have our lines. Now for every line, I need to split it at the commas. So for, no. Dot select. So for each line, split it at this string. I think that works. Yes, that does work. And then let's actually say select many. And now we have the individual words here, right? Each of these strings is a word. So we're going to need the list of chemical elements, which I can fortunately just copy and paste like this, uppercase that. And let's also do this so I can actually see it. Yeah, and then we're just gonna say var elements equals file.read. No, this time I'm gonna read all text because it's, oh, I don't even need to read it from a file. I can just paste it in here, of course. Semicolon, well, actually I'm gonna do split comma, so it's going to be an array. Okay. So I want to prioritize 2-letter elements, right? So I first need to check if, so for every word, let's find me the 1-letter start symbol. So elements.index of e.length equals 1 and w.starts with e, right? And then I can do the s2. So this time we want the length 2 things, comma, and then we do the same thing at the end. Whoever just joined in Discord, please feel free to open the Twitch stream to see my screen. So we want ends with here, and here, and here. Okay. So now we have a tuple of 4 elements, or 4 numbers, right? And then for each of those tuples, right, if tup.s2 is not equal to -1, then, yeah, okay, so the start, the index of the chemical element that the word starts with, is either s2 or s1. And then the one that it ends with is, well, if e2 is not equal to -1, then e2 else e1. There we go. And then we, let's turn that into an array. I'm now going to make a histogram. So var histo, that is a dictionary from chemical element string to just an integer for now. And then for each var tup in lines, which really shouldn't be called lines anymore, let's call it infos. And let's also deconstruct that tuple. Histo.increment save s and then e. Okay, why is it complaining? The new value, no wait, the type arguments. So s, oh, s is an integer. I am not, yeah, okay. So, because s and e are actually the index into the elements array. So it's actually the chemical element number off by 1, because this starts with h, which is 0. So, now, for each key value pair in that histogram, which we're going to order by, let's see, pair. So we want to order this by the value, but descending so that we have the most common ones first. And then we're going to say, so the key is going to be the chemical element, so it's going to +1. And then we're going to do the element abbreviation occurs that many times. Okay, so let's see what that says. Index out of range. Well, we do have some stuff here, but apparently there is at least one where the number was -1, isn't it? Yes. Okay, so there is one word where it doesn't, oh gosh, so let's do a dot select here and say if tup.s equals -1 or tup.e equals -1, then debugger break, else just return the tuple again. But that's still not gonna help us much, because then I'm only going to have the s and the e number and it's just gonna say -1. So I need to remember what the line was. So I'm going to put w here, tup.w here. Okay, and then, oh yeah, this won't compile because because there is a third element to the tuple now. Okay, so this will debugger.break, and now if I look at tup, I can see, oh, of course, it's an empty line. Yes, it's this one here. Okay, so I need to skip to, and then where line not. Let's just do that. There you go. This will eliminate all of the lines that are just empty. Okay, disassociates. This one does start with a space. Or am I No, it's okay. I misread that because of the font. Okay. However, disassociates does not start with a chemical element. There is no D and there is no DI. So I'm not quite sure what to do here. What language is this? This is C#. So what do I do with disassociates? Is this a bug in the puzzle? No, it can't be, because it's only 46 lines in. Let's see how many times that happens. So let's just count them. So C++, and then output C. And it happens 91 times. In that case, I don't think this is a single mistake. I think that is intentional. So I'm going to change this by putting a question mark here. And now that value will never be used. I can close this. So now if kvp.key is -1, I can change it to 0. Right? So if this is -1, then 0, else that. Alright. So it turns out that quite a variety of chemical elements occur, but not all of them. In particular, H does not occur, like element number 1. The lowest ones are I am stupid. I now need to remove the +1 because it's no longer off by 1. So H does occur. Does number 2 ever occur? No. Number 2, helium, does not occur. Let me make sure that that is actually the case. Yep, there is no word that starts with HE. Now what do I do with this? How many different elements are these? 61 different elements. It can't be letters. If there's only 91 words with -1, maybe we should just print the words that give -1. That is a possibility. Yeah, okay. So let's output infos.where tup.s is equal to -1. Select tup.w, join string commas. So these are the ones that start with, that don't start with a chemical element, and then these are the ones that don't end with a chemical element. So let's look at just that. These are the ones, disassociates, 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 tokonomas, disassociates, disassociates, disassociates. It's interesting how often it is disassociates. Yeah, and then we have pastel, using, cartel, affirm, lychee, typed, borscht, affirm, hyped, ingest, surface. Let's see where pastel comes up. That is the first one. It happens right in the middle of such a block. I'm very confused by the fact that this is so weird. So it is neither the case that every word starts with a chemical element, nor is it the case that disassociates is the only one. Right, there is affirm, enslaver, rose, jouse, apos. Yeah, apart from disassociates, the other ones seem to be relatively short words. Well, actually, transports is another one. But there are lots that end in ow. So there's jouse, rouse, lows, dows. What to do with this? Also, pastel, cartel seem to rhyme, but none of the others do. Using. Where does the word using happen? Seems to happen right in the middle. All of the ows end in sulfur. Yes, but they don't start with something. I suppose, you know, disassociates, merges almost all of these end in sulfur, but then we have enslaver, which ends in erbium. Affirm, by the way, is both. And let's list all of the ones that neither start nor end. I believe that affirm. Okay, I was gonna say that affirm is the only one, but typed is another one. That one is also right in the middle of somewhere. Let's find affirm again, because there are two of them. Okay, this one is nearly at the end. And this one is also right in the middle of a big block. I am stumped. Consider endpoints periodically. Consider endpoints periodically. Yeah, I need to know what to do with this. I don't know what the puzzle wants from me. Did I save the histogram? Yeah, I did. I wonder if this is treating D as an element because deuterium for some reason. Well, you have a point that there is a lot of it, but it's not exclusively that. There is also affirm and merges, and also jows. So, I don't think it's deuterium. I'm not seeing any regularity here. It's also not the case that all of these are the same length. Most of them are 6 letters, but using is 5, typed is 5, and borscht is 7. Hyped is also 5. And then we have surface. There's a single 8. Yeah, kind of stuck here. Consider endpoints periodically. Well, let's have the thing just write down all of the chemical elements, shall we? So, let's see. I'm going to do this. How am I going to do this? Because the thing is that, you know, the fact that I'm splitting it here kind of loses the coherence of each of these blocks. You know, it treats a new line the same way as a comma, and it also erases these things. So I think what I should do instead is I should just replace every word with the chemical elements and keep all the commas and new lines intact. So let's do that. Let's, I think I'm just going to completely rewrite all of this. I'm going to hate if it turns out that I need the histogram again, so I should probably save this. Histogram. There you go. Just paste all the endpoints that didn't match. I'm trying to see if the non-matching bits spell out something. Okay. Right, let's restore this part of the code. And here you go. Well, that is a big block. Let's do this. So this is the ones with the... These are the ones that don't start with something. These are the ones that don't end with something. And these are the ones that both applies. Okay. So... Right, let's get rid of this again. Let's do this. Let's delete this. Okay, and now we're going to just read all text from this. And then we're going to regex replace. So from this text, we're going to replace every occurrence of A to Z like that with So let's see. So the start index is elements dot index of. Yeah, so wait, what? Did you find something? The first largest block is over Twitch's character limit. That is unfortunate. Tram Junior. Where do you see Tram Junior? Okay, maybe I should have pasted it into Notepad before erasing the code for it. Or maybe I should just keep the code for it, I don't know. But let's just run this and just copy and paste that in here. So you said you see Tram Junior. Where do you see Tram Junior? What if I just delete all occurrence of disassociates? That's where you see it. That is Tram Junior. Okay, Tram Jur There you go. I think the Tram Junior is a coincidence, because otherwise, what's up with this? That was an interesting idea, but right, let's continue. Okay, so let's go back to this. So we want element index of where e dot starts with m dot value and e dot, no, it's the other way around. M dot value starts with e and e dot length equals 2. If s equals -1, then s equals that. And then we do the same thing for e. Okay, maybe I should not call this e. Okay, and then this should say ends with. Okay, and then return. Okay, so if s equals -1, then it's just going to be a question mark. Else, it's going to be s plus 1 and then element. No, not plus 1. It's that. Okay, so that's the start thing. Whoops. There we go. And then the end thing is going to be the same thing with an e. There we go. And then we file dot write all text. Let's see, whoops. Yeah, it does look like garbage. I just couldn't yeah, agreed. Okay, so let's save this as results2.txt, I guess. And we want to save infos, which is actually results now. Let's run that. Done. And open results2.txt. Okay. And now we have this. What if I change all of these to that, so they're all horizontally aligned? I wonder if it might be more readable if I have only the numbers or only the letters. Yeah, it does look like yeah, okay, you've already said that. I've already read that, rather. Yeah, I'm very much stumped here. If there was at least some kind of, you know, typical pattern, like only numbers from 1 to 26, then, you know, I wouldn't know what to do with that. Or only numbers that are, you know, useful ASCII codes. But the fact that there are, like, randomly, like, 94 of them that don't have any element there, and then xenon occurs 612 times. That is a lot for an X. So it's very unlikely that we actually want to use the X. It's more likely that we want to use the number 54. So maybe I should just remove the element names. So let's just get rid of this and this for now. just do that. Yeah, and let's also replace all of the commas with tabs. So I've already thought about differences. Oh, wait a sec. Oh my gosh. Oh, I noticed something now. Okay, here we go. Okay, so I can reorder these. Watch this, right? I'm gonna put this at the end. I'm gonna put that in front of it. And I'm gonna put these in front of that. And now we have all of these sort of match up. You see that? And that gives me the 15 and the 8 at the start, at the end. And in here we have 2155. Unfortunately, still not still not 1 to 26. But hey, this is at least something. So let's see if we can do that everywhere. We have 15, 30. Oh no, no, we have 3 13s. Okay, so this is the only 33, so if anything that would have to be the start. And then, yeah, this doesn't work. Oh, that was such a cool theory for the first one. This 1331 can go right in between here. And then it works for this row. So maybe I'm just blind here. Maybe this is actually possible and I'm just not seeing it. There is only 131 in the row and only 133. So those have to be the start and the end, which means that the 15 would have to join up with something and it doesn't. Let's see. I think it still works for most rows. Yeah, but again, only some. Right, the fact that there are some words that don't have chemical elements is already irritating enough, but now we're gonna end up with rows where this is broken and I don't know what to do with those. It only makes sense if it works for every row. So this one here, the 35 and the 34 both don't occur in this row, but everything else can, well, not even everything else. These can join up and then the 16 can join up with an 18. Oh, maybe I need to continue across lines. Like maybe it's not just one line at a time. Let's see. Cause what if, so if I put this here, right, then this is a valid chain going from 33 to 31, and then we have this sort of extra here, but it's repeated here. Yeah, it's repeated. It doesn't. See, if this were 13, 15 instead, then I could insert this in between here, but that's not the case. Okay, so we have 32 is the only, there's only one 32 in this row. So that would have to be the start. And then that happens. And then we have 16, 14. 14, 6, 6, 8. Okay, so I guess we do want to determine for which rows this works. So, right, so let's regenerate this file. Okay, so this is the unaltered data. So, I shouldn't have called it solve step 1. I should have described what it does. Step 1, solve cryptic clues. Let's put an underscore here. There you go. Step 1 solves cryptic clues. And then this one here is step 2, obtain chemical elements. Okay. And now that we have that, let's move this to the bottom. Thank you. And let's start with this. Okay, so lines equals file.read all lines from that file. Now for each line, yeah, you know what, I'm going to skip the first two. So let's just read all text. It's not easy to skip the first two lines there, so I'm gonna do it here. So let's do read lines, skip 2, and then turn it into an array. So now we will have all of, starting from here. So for each var line in lines. So we want to turn every line into an array of tuples. Okay, so first of all, if this is one of the empty lines, then I'm just gonna put continue for now, but we're gonna have to yeah, you know what, actually, no, we do just continue, but we also want to, okay, so let's make it a list of strings, and let's just say output.add that. And then here we're going to say var pairs equals line dot split at the spaces, and then for each pair, let's split that at the minus signs, and then turn that into a tuple. Right, so we have the start, which is int.parse of pair 0, and then e is int.parse of pair 1. Thank you for auto-completing that to array. And now we need to reorder them in such a way that we can write the whole thing as one chain. Do I want to do this with a recursive function? I think I do. So the type of this is it's an array of int s and e, which stands for start and end. So what we want is we still want an array of start and end tuples, and then we want to do this recursively. Okay, so we are gonna have an array of this that we've gathered so far. And then we're going to have an array of this that is still left over. So left over. And then we're going to say if left over is now empty, then we're just going to yield return what we got so far, yield break. And in all other cases, we're going to go for int I equals 0 to leftover.length. If leftover, right, either there is nothing in so far, or leftover of I.s is equal to so far last.e. Right, these are the conditions, right? We can start with any one of them, but if we already have something in so far, then we need the last e value to match the next s value. So if that is the case, then we're gonna go for each var result in recurse. So we want to append to the so far array something that can, yeah, it's actually leftover of I, isn't it? Leftover of I. And then we need to remove the one from leftover. So leftover.remove. Start index is I and length is 1. Okay, yield return result. So, now of course there is a chance, like imagine hypothetically you had a row like, okay, well I can already see that this is not gonna work, but imagine you had a row like this, but it goes like 12, 14 and then 14, 12. Then obviously there are two possibilities. In that case, our recurse function is going to return two possibilities. So I'm going to output both the number of possibilities and the first one that it finds. Okay, so the possibilities is equal to recurse. So we're going to start with an empty array, and leftover is the entire set of pairs. And then we turn that into an array. And then we're going to say output.add. So the first thing I want to put is possibilities.length, followed by a tab character. And then if possibilities.length is greater than 0, then, let's see, possibilities is a, okay, so this, and then possibilities of 0 will be an array of the tuples. Right, and then I want to turn each tuple into a string that goes like this, tup.s, tup.e. and then join string that with tabs, else just empty string. Okay, and then file, write lines. Okay, so we want to write to this here, but we call it results3. Yeah, and we do output. Run that. Okay, the local function is declared but never used. I'm going to ignore those warnings. Oh, okay. Sure, I can open the CS proj and change the lang version. I think lang version, I think that's what it's called. And I could just say latest. And suddenly it works. Okay, so I can close that, run that, and I get an error. The input string was not in the correct format. Yes. Why is there a tab in there? That is almost certainly a tab. So let's see. Oh, did I actually put tabs everywhere? Did I actually use tabs in my output here? No. Yes, I did. I did do the replace. Okay, so instead of spaces here, we want tab. There you go. The input string question mark was not in the correct... Yeah, of course. Some of them actually have a question mark because some of them don't start or end with... Oh gosh, what is this? There are virtually no numbers in common here, only the 13s. Okay, so let's just say, let's add line here and say if that is the case, or line contains a question mark. There you go. Run that. Done. Now, what do you guys have to say? I prefer to use lang version preview. I suppose. Okay, let's open results3. So, as you can see, quite a lot of them actually have 0 ways of doing this, and here is one that has 4 different ways, which makes sense because it starts and ends with 31, so you can just cycle them all 4 different ways. Here's one. Oh yeah, the ones with question marks, I probably want... so if line.length is greater than 0, then I want this, else this. And what I want is I want a question mark followed by a tab followed by the original line. There you go, this is what I want. Okay, so now there is a question mark in front. Okay, so I think this is a bust. I think this is a coincidence that some lines join up like this. I don't think I don't think this is where I'm supposed to go. If this worked with everything, then I would be much more enthusiastic about this. But I think I'm falling into a red herring here. Let's output the line even for the zeros, right? So if this is the case, so if that is greater than 0, we do this, else we output the original line. Let's do that. Okay, so now we have this. So where's our first 0? This one here. This one has a 0. But it's very close to... Interesting that this bit is the same for those 2 lines. Let me see this again, the unsorted one, right? These are the same, just swapped. Maybe I should create a histogram of what pairs actually exist. Because maybe I'll find that some chemical elements are only paired with specific others. So I'm just going to copy and paste this, turn tabs into new lines. That will take a while because this is tens of thousands of lines. There we go. Let's do this. And then let's actually just sort this. And then remove all these empty lines. So there you go. Okay, so it turns out that 10 is paired with 16, 8, only 16 and 8. And 102 is only paired with 16 and 53. So I think I hit on something here. There are certain pairs. Yeah, I want not just the numbers. I want the chemical elements here. So let's restore. Okay, so first of all, let's do this step 2 again. And let's put this back here where I had elements of S, I think. And then elements of E. Okay, so let's do that. What was the problem here? Right, okay, yeah, I know, I can no longer parse that, but that's okay. I can just take results 2, copy and paste everything here, paste it in here, replace all the tabs with new lines. Delete that that bit at the beginning, and then yeah, let's sort everything, and now let's actually deduplicate it. So this is all of the combinations that occur without duplicates. So we have NES and we have NEO, NOS, NOI, FLDS, FLS. These feel like they could be fragments of words, but that still doesn't explain why we have some with like no match at all. That's so weird. Okay, so the highest chemical element is uranium. 1 op, O's, ok. Bias. All right. Bagels, you know what I mean. No, that is not how I generated them. They were originally the beginning of the end of a word, but what I'm saying is that if you concatenate the two, like OP and ONE, like we don't seem to have... Oh, we do have IRSM. That seems a bit unlikely to occur in the middle of a word. I was going to say that all of these are combinations that could be in a word, but no, WND and WTS, no, this doesn't look right. So let's take another look at this, right? So SSE, CO. I really don't think that we're supposed to use the chemical element symbols. We're supposed to use the atomic numbers. Because otherwise, what's the purpose of them being chemical elements? You know what I mean? But even the numbers, I don't know what to do with. So let's take that first line, this one here, and let's do the... Yeah, let's put them in this order. So we have the 1516, that is PS. That's already not a valid start of a word. Now we have 1634, then we have 34, 32, and then 6. So that would be PS, SE, GECO. That's still not reading anything. And this one is most definitely not reading anything. It says SCKCS. Okay, granted that's a palindrome, which is interesting, but this one is not. Yeah. I don't know. I am actually stuck. So I'm going to ask my Santa for a hint because I'm stuck. So, I don't know if I should, yeah, you know what, I don't care. This is the row chat, and you can, oh yeah, this is all of this is me talking to the Santa. All of my talk to my solver has already scrolled off the top, so I'm safe. Tell Santa, hello. I got as far as decoding all of the cryptic clues, and I got the message. What was the message? Consider endpoints periodically. Consider endpoints periodically. I determined that the majority, but not the entirety, of the words start and end with chemical element symbols. However, after extracting those, I am lost and don't know what to do next. I briefly surmised that that each line could form a chain. For example, this is already my reordering, so let's press undo. For example, this could be reordered to this, and now let's turn those tabs into let's turn them into this. How about that? And then here in the unordered one, I'm going to turn that into commas in selection. There you go. Okay. However, only about half of the lines can be rearranged in this way. And even the ones that can, I'm not seeing what to do with the result. I would like a hint, please. So, now obviously since I don't know who the Santa is, I also don't know if the Santa is actually watching. I'm actually quite surprised and honored by this number of viewers that we have accrued. I don't know if my Santa is among them. For all we know, the Santa could have a throwaway account on Twitch, so as to not give themselves away. They said earlier that they would be available from 7:30 to 9, and it is now 8. So we are now right in the middle of this interval. Is the Santa a Mogus? What if I'm the throwaway account? Kusane, I know that you are not. Go away. So I hope that the Santa will give us a hint while I'm still streaming. Because if I have to wait for too long, then it's me, I'm the throwaway. No, I am Spartacus. No, I am Spartacus. Okay, you know what? I am going to pour myself a drink while we wait for a possible hint from the Santa. This throwaway is Timmy Turvy. Okay, it turns out I've kind of run out of drinks here, so I'm quickly gonna go raid the fridge for more drinks. And if we get a hint while I'm gone, then you guys will see it before me. Be right back. I am back and there is still no hint. What kind of drink? How do you say this in English? No, it's actually a mix of 3 different commercially available products. One of which is a multivitamin juice, one of which is an apple mango juice, and the third one is sparkling water. Is it the kind that is illegal to mention on stream? I'm curious what kind of drinks you're thinking of, because I don't think it's illegal to mention alcohol, is it? Usually he likes actual juice, not father juice. Oh. Tim with German, so I'm sure any drinks are mentionable. Interesting combo. Did it come pre-mixed or did you mix? Yeah, I'm mixing them myself. I'm buying them as 3 separate products from the grocery store. And I have basically, you know, over the course of the years, I have gravitated towards a specific mix ratio, which I can eyeball by looking at my drinking glass, which is the same drinking glass I've been using for probably going on to like 20 years now. So I guess it's a mocktail. What makes it a mocktail as opposed to a cocktail? Is it just that it's not like officially defined as a cocktail by some cocktail? Mocktail is non-alcohol? I've never heard that. I mean, literally 2 days ago, I was in a cafe and I ordered a non-alcoholic cocktail. And I've never seen a menu refer to it as mocktail. There are definitely drinks that are not legal on stream, not necessarily alcohol. Well, in that case, Rain Mirror, I just don't know any, which I'm going to feel smug about. It's not a mocktail because it's not a non-alcoholic cocktail. Well, then again, you know, what makes it a cocktail? Your Secret Santa said, amazing job so far. It might be helpful to look for some sort of connection or relationship between the elements in a single line. Right, so maybe all of the elements in one line are... why did I do that? I meant to do... Can I just... Thank you. I thought this would autocomplete. Okay, so maybe this is what we should have looked at. So let's take a look at this. So we have sulfur and selenium. Sulfur is here, selenium is right underneath, and then we have copper oxygen, which is those two, and then we have selenium germanium, which is those two, and then we have germanium copper, and then we have PS, that's those two. So if I have paid proper attention, you know what, let me do this. There we go. So, we have S to Se, we have C to O, we have Se to Ge, we have Ge to C, we have P to S, and it forms a G. Okay, so this is why they sometimes form a Okay, wow, that is... I am embarrassed that I didn't think of that. Thank you, Santa, that is an awesome puzzle, because now I have to deal with the coordinates of the chemical elements on the periodic table. And I'm going to do that. Alright, let's go. Oh, this is cool. This is very, very cool. Tell Santa, I hope you're watching my stream. Because I'm absolutely loving this puzzle. Okay, so let's go. We have this bunch of characters. Now, we know that uranium is the last one to occur. Let's see if anything between 57 and 71 occurs. 57 does occur, but oh, there was a 58. Okay, so that makes it a bit yeah, I should probably examine one of the rows that contain a 68. So let's 68, no, 58 is what I meant. 58. So this one here. So that goes TA to CE. So it probably, I'm probably supposed to treat this as a vertical line. TA to CE and then CE to LA. LA is there. Okay, so that will make a J. Very, very cool. Okay, and then we have so uranium. Let's find a 92. Is there actually a 91? Yes. Okay. Let's just look at one of these. So let's just do this and this. Cancel this. Move this out of the way, and let's go 52 to 16. So 50. Ooh. Okay, I'm not sure right now what to do with this. 35 to 34. 35 to 34. Okay, I see. And then 54 to 52. 54 to 52. Okay, I suppose that could be an E if this goes argon to sulfur or sulfur to argon. But instead it does palladium, which, protactinium even. So what is this word that breaks it? Let's see. We're looking for a word that starts with PA and is followed by a word that starts with XE. So let's do this, comma, XE, find that. Okay, there are several. Okay, yes, I need the word to start with PA. There you go. Past, this is the only one. So, oh, no, I didn't mean this. Okay, so let's move this over to the right. Okay, so we can see that terribleness starts with TE and ends with S, because double S is not a thing. And then we have bromine to selenium. And this one is obviously xenon to tellurium. So somehow pastel is supposed to be argon to sulfur. Right, let's look at the original cryptic clue for this. Because maybe... yeah, that's probably what it is. There is probably a cryptic clue that has multiple interpretations. And I need to find the interpretation that has chemical elements. So, let's go back. So, first of all, remove unnecessary cast. Secondly, let's do this. Third, step 1, solve cryptic clues. And then here, if word is equal to pastel, then debugger break. And now we can look at the line found within. No, that is definitely a pastel. So what did we expect? We expected argon to sulfur. There is indeed an argon and a sulfur, so stellar, is that a word? Okay, I don't know what that word means, and I'm going to look this up. I don't want thesaurus.com to autocomplete, so I'm going to remove these. Thank you. I want the... and it's still giving me thesaurus. See, I used to have it so that when I typed the, it would default to the free dictionary. And it's annoying that I now have to type the F. Anyway, let's not get distracted. So stellar is... it's the adjective form of stele, which is an upright stone or slab with an inscribed... okay, this is part of a monument. Okay. That is an architectural term. Very cool. Very, very cool. Okay, so, ladies and gentlemen, I think I'm going to change this in such a way that it's no longer going to, like, you know, go through the file, create a new file, and then go through the second file, because that's how we got problems like this. We need to process the whole thing in one go, right? So every bunch of... okay, so this is the original file. So every bunch that is like enclosed within double lines, like within equals. So this entire bunch here, this will decode to a letter, and each of these will decode to... wait, hang on. No, this is a word. The word will start and end with a chemical element. Yeah. So actually, this is a letter. Okay. So each of these bunches is going to be a word. Okay, this is so cool. So, not only do I need the first and last chemical element to be valid elements, I also need them to be in the same row or column. This is something that I can check while I interpret this. So, I'm going to turn this stuff here into a separate function. So if this is the case, then this should be a function, and I'm going to call that interpret cryptic clue, right? And then, okay, I don't need to pass in R because R is a constant. I think I should just make that a const, regex options. There you go. So I don't need to pass that in. I don't need to pass words. Oh, okay. You know what? This should just be a nested function, so that it can access the words dictionary thing and also anagrams. Right. So let's do that, and then I can collapse this. So now we have this function interpret cryptic clues here. Right. I don't want that. I don't need that. I don't need that. And then instead of sending in the match M, I'm going to send in the line. The line. So this should be, this is actually m.groups1.value. Okay, so I'm actually going to call it clue, not line. Right, there you go, clue. Okay, so there we go. We already used the word clue. Len, okay, so int len. There you go. So, and then we need match M inside of here. And then if words, what is this? A static local function. I didn't say to make it static. There we go. Okay. So this will interpret the cryptic clue and return either a word or null. Right. Right, so what I need to do now is I need to return all of the possible interpretations. So I'm going to turn this into an IEnumerable of strings, right? And then instead of all of this here, I'm going to say yield return. So find me word equals and replace that to yield return. And then I don't need to break out of this. I'm just going to do this. And here, yeah, I don't even need this. I can just, for each var blah in entry, if that, yeah, this should be called entries and this should be called entry. Right, so if entry is not equal to CW, then yield return entry. There you go. We've done it. Okay. And same here, of course, we're just going to yield return that. Don't need to break out of the loop anymore. And here we are. Okay, so now we have a function that will return multiple, yeah, don't need that either, multiple possible interpretations of a cryptic clue. And then we need to filter that, right? We needed to return only the ones that start and end with a valid chemical element. Okay, so let's actually just make that a separate function, call it interpret cryptic clue filtered. Let's put a breakpoint, not breakpoint, let's put a bookmark here and see where I put the chemical elements. Here they are, var elements, there you go. So here, I'm going to put that here, and then here, return interpret cryptic clue, clue len, where w. Okay, and now I need that code, which here, this part, this code. Yes, I want this code. Right, so let's do this. So s elements index of, right, m.value is now w, isn't it? So let's just do that. www. There you go. Oops. Went one too far. Okay, here we are. Okay, so if that is the case, right, so if s is still -1 after that, then we want to return false. If e is still -1 after this, we need to return false, else return true, and that is the end of the where clause. And this will filter the words. Bingo. Now, once we've done that filtering, we can also just return the information, right? So we can just say string element int atomic number, and then, well, No, we want the word, and then we have the first atomic number, which I'm gonna return as an integer, I think. Or do I? No, I don't want to return as an integer, and you will find out why in a sec. So, string starting element and string ending element. Okay, so let's do that. So, all of this is the case. So, where? Let's see, so dot select, let's do this. So, if this is the case, then we return null, and if this is the case, then we return null, else we return a tuple consisting of the word, which is W, and then elements at the start, which would be S, and then elements E, and then we need to make that nullable. Okay, and then we're not null. Bingo. Okay. We can use an expression body. Ooh, did not expect that to happen, but there you go. Okay, now, whew. Oh, this is so cool. This is so cool. I am enjoying this a lot. So we're going through all the lines, and for every line we need to, yeah, so if this is the case, then instead of sb.append line, yeah, we should be appending, because, oh my gosh, this, okay, so let me think. So cur is the list of the results of the interpretation of cryptic clues. Okay, so at the moment cur will contain the words, but what we want is we want it to contain, well, for now I guess I'm going to put in these tuples, but at the end, oh, that's right, no, cur will only contain the current bunch, and then whenever I'm done with a bunch, I can interpret that bunch as a letter graphically, and I will do that afterwards. I need to do this first. So here, to do, interpret cur, interpret contents of cur as a graphical letter, right, by tracing the line on the chart. So for now, this is, oh, that's right, we also need to do something if this is right. Okay, so yeah, so a var end of word equals that. Okay, so here we're gonna have this. So var tups equals that dot to array, except that we want that filtered, and we want the word and the length being len. The length actually being, did I just remove it? Because it's int.parse of m.groups2.value. Okay, so this is the cryptic clue, and this is the length of the word that we want. Okay. So, if tups.length equals 0, then, you know, we've made a mistake, I want to know about it, and if tups.length is greater than 1, then I also want to know about it, but, you know, we'll see what happens then. Yeah, we already know that neither of these trigger, because they didn't trigger before. And then we just do this. Okay, and let's not write to a file. Let's just run this, and then let's debug a break at the end so that we can inspect the result of. Yeah, actually, I'll put a breakpoint here so we can see the result of cur. Okay, we have a problem. So m is conclusions of, and then we get endpoints. Oh, of course, I forgot about the fact that the first 3 lines are just the consider endpoints thingy stuff. So I want to skip the first 4 lines, including this equal sign. So let's do this. Bang. There we go. We made it to here. So we now have this. So we have S to SE. Show me this. No, this is, oh. No, it is, okay, whatever. Let's use the whole thing. select all of this, delete that. So we have S to SE, we have C to O, we have, yep, this is exactly what we had earlier, GE to C. Yep, this is working. Okay, everything is working. Cool, cool, cool. Okay. 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 So I'm the reason I'm hesitating is because I'm already like thinking ahead how to actually recognize the letters algorithmically. This is going to be interesting, but I'm definitely looking forward to that. Okay. Yeah, I have an idea. I think I know how I'm going to do this. So here's how I'm going to do this. I'm going to represent the I can close that. I can close that. I'm going to represent the entire periodic table as a bitmap, where each symbol is in every other position. So there are pixels. So every even positioned pixel is a chemical element, and every other pixel is a space between the elements. Right? So you'll have carbon, and then a space, and then nitrogen, and then a space, and then oxygen, and then there will be a row of spaces here, and then we will have silicon, and then a space, and then phosphorus, and then sulfur, and then germanium, and then arsenic, and then, sorry, germanium, whatever, right? And now for every pair of chemical elements, right, I can just replace, well, not replace, but I'm gonna have like a blank array, a two-dimensional array with all falses, and then I'm gonna be, I'm going to be filling that with pixels, right? So this first line goes all the way from C to O, so I'm just gonna black out all of this, and then this line here goes from GE to C, so I'm just gonna black out all of that, and then this line goes from P to S, and then we have one going from S to SE. I forgot one pixel there. And then that will happen. And then the last one will fill out that. And now I have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 by 5 bitmap, right? And then I can just recognize those bitmaps. So that's how I'm going to do that. Holy shit, this is interesting. I am loving this. Clearly lost all coordination now. What do you mean by that? I should probably read. Okay, I don't know what rain mirror is referring to there, but here we go. We've got we've got an implementation plan now. I just need to do it. Damn, it's almost like Timmy is known for coding solver for mazes and nodes connection or something. That was a while ago. Okay, yeah. Okay, so we have our thing here. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn this whole thing into an IEnumerable that will return these lists, right? And then I will separately write an algorithm that will turn those into letters. Okay, so I'm going to turn this whole thing into an IEnumerable of list. I guess I should make it an array. I should make it an array that contains one letter at a time. Sorry for jumping back and forth. I want the declaration of the tuple here. So this. So yeah, step 1, solve cryptic clues. Well, this now does more, doesn't it? Solve cryptic clues and find elements. There you go. Okay. So okay, so whenever this here happens, I'm going to do yield return cur.toArray. And then if it's the end of the word, then I'm going to yield return null to indicate the end of the word, right? And then it's going to complain because null is not, I'm not sure why it doesn't complain, but okay. And then we don't need this. So, oh, of course, an array is nullable. I was thinking of the tuple, right? I thought, okay, I would have to nullableify the tool, but no, the array, of course, is nullable by default. Okay, so what is the complaint about? It's just not used. That's right. So, I believe that we don't need this anymore because I've copied it into here, right? So I just delete that. Okay, so for each var stuff in that does not exist because, there we go. Okay. Whew. And now each of these stuff things will be an array of that. We don't really need the W at this point, do we? But it doesn't hurt to have it in, and I don't care, so I'll just leave it in. So, var current word equals new list of a char. If stuff is null, then output cur.joinString. And continue, thank you. Else, we need to turn that array into, okay, wow. So, now, where are my chemical elements? My chemical elements are right here. Okay, and here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this, and this, and then I'm going to change all the commas to tabs, like this, and then I'm going to arrange this in a way that is comparable to the real periodic table. So let's do this. I need to resize this to see where it needs to start and end. So we have potassium, calcium. Oh, I see. That's already. Oh, I see. I thought it was another blank line there. Okay, so we need to go all the way up to Zn, which is zinc. Okay, so now I can make it bigger. I need to add spaces, tabs rather, and then it lines up with gallium. And then from now on, I can just do this. Except, of course, that everything from LA to LU, yeah, I think I went a bit ahead here, right. So everything from LA to LU, which is all of this, right, all of that needs to be a separate block down here. And oh yeah, and then we need a new line here. And then everything from Ac, which is actinium, all the way to Lawrencium, which is this guy here, needs to go here. Okay, and now I'm going to enable the display of tabs so you can see what's going on. Whoops, I did not mean to do that, I meant to do this. There we go. So everything, you know, if I now split every line at the tabs, I can get coordinates for all of the... I'm not entirely sure whether I should have an empty line here or not, or whether I should just do this. I suspect that I want to do this. I remember we had this J shape, which was, yeah, I believe it started at tantalum and then it went CE and then LA. So I'm going to do it like this. So let's save this as a periodic table. Let's put an underscore there just to make it a little more readable. Okay, so var periodic table equals file dot. Okay, so we want to read the lines from that file, and then for each line we want to split it at the tabs, and then we want to turn that into an array. So now it's an array of arrays, which means that if I no. I want it to be a single array. Yes, I want it to be a single array so that I can use index of on it, right? And then, okay, so how many tabs are in this line? Let's see. Whoops. Replace tabs with nothing. That is 17. That means that there are 18 in a row. I should have known that because, you know, chemical elements come in, you know, that like I should have known that there are 18 groups. So, okay. So that means that I can actually just write a function right now that will give me an x and a y, get coords. I'm going to make it shorter, coords of int element, rather string element. And so we're going to say var index equals periodic table.index of element, and then we return index modulo 18, index divided by 18. And that gives me the coordinates within the periodic table. Very cool. Okay, so now, let's see, we have our, here, we have our stuff. So, like I said, I'm going to create a bitmap, which is a Boolean array, which has a size that is twice the width and height of this. Okay, since the width of this is 18, we want the actual width of this to be 35, right? It would be 36 if you multiply by 2, but we don't care about extra pixels on the far right, so it's 35. And as you can see, there are 9 lines, so we want 17 rows of pixels. Okay, and then for each var pair in stuff, well, rather, let's just do this. So we have our start element and end element. Yeah, let's do this. So the from coordinates are gonna be coords of start element, and then the to. Yeah, I think I'm going to use the deconstruction. That's a good idea. From x from y, and then 2x to y equals coords of end elements. Right. Now, I'm going to put a sanity check here, because we expect either the x coordinate to be the same, or the, sorry, I pressed a key there, or the y coordinate to be the same. Alright, so if that is not the case, then I want to find out about it. Thank you. Invert if. Okay. Ah, there you go. This is what I wanted it to do. Okay. So, now, if from x is equal to 2x, then we need to loop over the y values. Right, then for var y equals math.min of from y to y, y less than or equal to math.max of from y to y, y plus plus, BMP of, I wouldn't count out diagonals because maybe you get things like x. Okay, yes, you are correct, but you know, I will just get the debugger break and then we'll see what I'll do about that. Okay, so we have our y coordinate, which we need to multiply by the number of pixels per row, which is 35. So I'm going to do this, and then we need to add the x coordinate and set that to true. Else, if fy is equal to ty, then we need to change all y's to x's in this selection, and then we need to do this. We need to go x plus 35 times fy equals true. Okay. And now I need to remove empty rows and columns from the start and end of BMP. So, rather, you know what, I have an idea. I'm not going to do this. I'm going to do it differently. I'm going to make this a hash set of coordinates, right? So like this. And then instead of this here, I'm going to say add fxy, like that. And then here it's x fy. And then after all of this, I can get the min x, which is equal to bmp.min to .x. And I can get the min y, and then I can create a reduced bitmap out of the bitmap by changing all of these tuples to one where the tuple x has the min x subtracted, and similarly for the y, right? And then I'm going to turn that into a hash set. Except I'm not going to turn this into a hash set. I'm going to turn this into an array. Yeah, I'm sometimes not a good typist, but I'm first going to order it. I'm going to order it by the y coordinate first, Okay, what is tube? What is the value of tube? Oh, I see. Yeah, I should have given these names, x colon and y colon. Okay, so I'm going to sort it by the y coordinate first and then by the x coordinate. So now they'll be in reading order, and then I can just use dot sequence equal to recognize the letters. Okay, so let's put a breakpoint here. Let's run this, and we should now be getting the G bitmap, shouldn't we? So RBMP is going to be not what I expected. Right, this is because the stuff thing, yeah, of course. I need to do this stuff after the loop. Okay, so now this has 9 pixels in it. And those pixels are, let's see, let's just do this. And then put this in the clipboard. Okay, so I have 0, 0, 1, 0, 2, 0, 0, 1, 1, 1, oh, I see. Oh, I didn't actually do the duplication. Yeah, I should have done the duplication. So let's do this. This is times 2, and this is times 2 as well. Yes, it is. And then here times 2, and then here times 2, and then this times 2, and then this times 2. Okay. And now, okay. I'm actually tempted to output this as an SVG file. I don't know how interesting this is to watch for you guys, but it would definitely be fun for me to implement. But okay, so let's do this manually for now. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we have 0, 1. Then we have 0, 2, and then we have 2, 2, 3, 2, 4, 2, 0, 3, and then we have 4, 3. Yeah, it is working. And then we have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, there you go. That is definitely a G. Okay. And this is exactly the representation of every G that has this form, no matter where in the periodic table it happens, right? So I should not have canceled this because I want to, you know what? Yeah, no, I'm going to say clipboard. Ooh, I don't have, yeah, okay, I need to add a reference to, how do I, what's the easiest way to add a reference? Add project reference to Windows Forms, browse, Windows Forms. How do I add a reference to Windows Forms? System.windows? I am so confused. Does anyone know how to add type libraries? Is it that? Forms? System Windows Forms. Okay. Let's do that. Okay. I guess they don't really want you to use Windows Forms anymore because it's old and outdated. Why is it showing an there's no tooltip appearing when I hover. I have a suspicion that this is not going to work, but system.windows.forms. Yeah, see, it doesn't have Windows Forms. Okay, so let's delete that again. Let's instead use cloud.clipboard. Cloud.clipboard. Let's add that. And then, yeah, do I want to use GDI or WOOP? Yeah, let's use GDI. Let's see if that works. Okay. Close that. Now, let's see if I can do this. Cloud.clipboard.set. No, it's clipboard GDI.set text. Bingo. Okay, finally. So what I actually want is I want to represent this sequence of coordinates in some kind of string format so that I can create myself a dictionary of those string formats. So I'm going to change this to, so for every coordinate, which is tube, this consists of an x and a y, I'm going to go parenthesis. No, I don't need parenthesis. I'm just going to do x, comma, y, and then join these with slashes. It doesn't really matter what. Okay, so this will put that in the clipboard, and now I can say, let's make a dictionary here. So dictionary equals new dictionary from string to char. And then this string is a G. Perfect. So I sincerely hope that I will only have to do this 26 times. So let's run this again. Oh, of course, it will still do the G, won't it? Because I didn't, yeah, it's still the same. Okay, so let's do this. So if dic contains, right, actually I should do the stringification. So, whoops, I meant to copy that with it. Okay, so var string, that's, so if dic contains string, then cur.add dic of string. Why is it complaining? Dictionary does not contain a definition for contains because it's called contains key. Right, else do this. Now, what is this? Try get, yes, okay, I can do that. And then set text str. Run this. So, I am now actually tempted to output this as an SVG so that I can most easily see the output, the shape of it. So I'm quickly going to do this. I'm going to say file write all text to temp.svg, svg /svg, svg xml namespace, 2000 svg. That's the XML namespace, and then I'm just going to say viewbox is equal to, so the ones that we've seen so far are 5 pixels by 5 pixels. I'm going to assume that there may be bigger ones, so I'm just going to make it 10 by 10, and even if we see a 5 by 5, it'll just be only the top left quarter of the screen. It's still perfectly readable. So let's make that an interpolated string, and let's actually make the one that I need an interpolated string, which is this one. And then we're going to say rbmp.select. So for each tube, we want to create a rectangle whose x-coordinate is tube.x, whose y-coordinate is tube.y, whose width is 1, whose height is 1. And of course, fill black and stroke none is already the default, so we don't need to care about that. And then we just do this, and then we run this. And then once the debugger breaks, I can just open that SVG right here, and we see what we get. Now, I don't recognize a letter here, but it could be an R. Yeah, I'm going to be judicial with my interpretation here. Let me actually the clipboard thing. I think I'm going to make this a bit more useful to myself by writing it in the format that I want for my dictionary. So I'm going to do this, restart this, and again we get that. So I think this is probably an R, but I'm going to write this so that I know what it looked like. And if at the end we get a word with that and it makes sense for it being an R, then I can still change it to an R. Next one. We have bingo. Okay, this is what Kusana was referring to. We now have a line that may not be horizontal or vertical. So let's take a look at this. TX, TX, and TY. So it turns out that is in fact a diagonal line. So we are going to deal with that. So the third possibility that we have here is that math.apps of fx minus tx is equal to math.apps of fy minus ty. Right, so let's cancel the process. So if this is the case, then we're going to go through the x coordinates the same way we did before. And we're going to do some calculations. Oh, wow, that was a shortcut I had. So we have the correct x coordinate. We want the correct y coordinate to be x minus this plus the minimum y times 2 Yeah. Except no. I need to take... I need to, like... Yeah, let's do it like this, right? If fx minus tx is equal to... So if this is the case, then they are going in the same direction, which means they are like this direction, right? Let's remove the parentheses, because they are redundant. So if that is the case, then we can do this. Else, if this is actually the negative of this, which is that kind of direction, then I need this to be math.max, and then I need negative x. I think. I may be wrong about this, but we'll find out. Right, okay, so let's do this, else debugger break. Run that. Okay, that worked, and this is what it looks like. That's only 3 pixels. I am very surprised by that. Let's take a look at the stuff. Yeah, that is definitely not just a diagonal, so there's definitely something wrong here. Let's take a look at what this should have been. So let's erase all of this. Then we go from P to AL. That is from here to there. And then we go from AL to GA. And then we go from AS to P, like this. And then we go from P to C. Ah, I see. Okay, and then from C to AL. Okay, so why did only the last one actually appear in the bitmap? That is a bit strange. So let's actually go back to here, reinitialize that BMP, and let's step through this. Okay, so we have our deleted this. So we have our W, we have our start element, and we have our end element. Okay, and then we have our from x from y, and our 2x to y. And we're going from 14.2 to 12.2. This is correct, and we already know that this works. So, yeah, why would this not have stayed in the bitmap? Okay, let's take a look at what's in BMP. Okay, so this is correct. This is perfectly fine. Oh, I think I know what happened. Yeah, see, there is a lot more rectangles here than just 3, but many of them have a very high y-coordinate. Okay, that means that one of my formulas was just wrong. Okay, so let's actually think about this properly. So if fx is greater than tx and fy is greater than ty, or vice versa, this will go from... I think that this is probably correct, and I think that this is the one that is wrong. Okay, so if x minus, let's say fx, let's actually look at the very example that we have here, right? So we're looking at those two. So fx minus tx is actually 1, and fy minus ty is also 1. So fx, let's say this is fx, and this is tx. So that minus that is definitely 1. And the y-coordinate, yeah, the y-coordinate is -1. That's right. Okay, so the math.min of the two will be the x-coordinate here. So the x-coordinate will go from here to here, right? So the x-coordinates are definitely correct. But then I'm going to need to take my x-coordinate. Well, actually, I'm going to... Yeah, so if I take the... Yeah, this should this have been max? Let me think. So if this is the max x-coordinate, right, then I think this is what I want. I want this and then minus x. Okay, So that is the amount by which I have gone to the right. No, this is how far I'm from the right edge. Yes, so at the start of this for loop, that value will be 2. And then when I add that to the y-coordinate, that is, yes. I think this is correct now. Let's find out if that is the case. Not quite. Yeah, of course. No, I did realize that. I just didn't read it properly. There you go. Okay. This is definitely an A. Whew, that was fun. That was very, very cool. So that is an A. That is a D. Okay, so given that that looks like a lowercase d, I'm now much more inclined to consider this to be an R. And it obviously says something like graduate maybe, or grade. Okay, it's grade. Whoops. Can I be here, please? Thank you. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put a bookmark here. I'm going to remove the other bookmark. There you go. Okay, run that again. And that is another E. Okay, so we have 2 representations of an E. So what is different between these? Interesting. But why do they look the same? Okay, let me remove this one again. So, yeah, that is definitely that. How many... I'm going to make these rectangles 1 per line. So let's join string this with a new line so I can see how many rectangles there are. Right, there you go. There are 14. No, it's 15. Okay, is that how many I expect? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 13, 14, 15. Yes. Okay, so this seems to be the correct E, this one here. Right, and then the next one after that, this one here. How many? It is also 15. Yeah, it is identical. Why is the string different? That is very weird. Okay, fine. Let's do that in Notepad then. Oh, this didn't actually sort. No, it did sort by y-coordinate first. No, that's correct. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so the E that we already recognize as a correct E. Oh, crap. It has a lock on the clipboard. There you go. Okay, so the one, so I'm going to do this one here first, right? So we have 0, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 0, 1, 0, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then 4, 3. That should be here. Yeah, this should have been an S. Why does the SVG look like an E? Okay, well, let's draw the second one. Okay, so we have, okay, we're now drawing this one. So we have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 0, 1, 0, 2, that goes up to 1, 2, and 0, 3, 0, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. That is clearly the E that we saw. So that is so strange. I'm sorry for stalling, but I'm going to do this again. I'm going to look at the SVG. This is clearly drawing the E. Why do I have STR is what is this? This is going 0, 3, 4. Okay, next line 0, and then 2, and then okay, I'm losing track. Oh right, this is. Oh, right, okay. Okay, so we're drawing the top line from 0 to 4, and then we have 0, 1, which is in the second row. And then the third row goes 0, 1, 2. And then we start on the left again. So yes, the string describes an E. This string describes an E. So when I pasted it here, now I'm getting the one with an E. Okay, it's possible that you guys saw the mistake that I made, but whatever. I assume that the next one is going to be an S. Yeah, okay, so I don't know what I did wrong there, but it's working now. I just got the E and then the S. So now we have grades. And then we have a W. Oh, this is working so beautifully. Okay, let's go here. W. Oscar. November. I need to get used to using the bookmark. Aha, so now it's happening again. So I already have my November in the dictionary, but for some reason, oh, this is the same string. I shouldn't be getting the same string. Oh, that's right, the debugger broke somewhere else. Okay, so we have this kind of situation. I see. Oh my gosh. Let's see what the W is. This is lax. So we're going from lanthanum to cesium. Right, let's erase all of these. And we're going from lanthanum, which is here, to cesium, which is... Where's cesium? Oh, it's there. Aha! So, it is supposed to have a blank line. Right, this is... whoops. This part of the table here, this is supposed to be treated as a blank line, and then that will make this a perfect diagonal. Oh no! I closed that. I didn't mean to close that. So let's bring it back so that I can still play with it later. Okay. So go back here, go back. Okay, don't. Yeah, right. So go here, here. This is the one, right? So let's save this. Let's just put a new line here. And then put lots of tabs here, and then save that. And then this, and save that. Okay, now let's run this. Okay, we're no longer hitting that breakpoint, and we have this. Not what I expected. Okay, so it's going from lanthanum to cesium. Oh, I see, it's treating lanthanum as being here. Okay, that makes sense, because if it does that, then this is an I. Because then it just does that. Right, so I guess I'm going to have to treat lanthanum as being here, and actinium here. And save that. No, save that. Okay, run that again. And suddenly it looks like an I. Oh, wonder. That is an I. And that is a T. And that is an L. And that is another L. Okay, so we're at this position again. Interesting. So we're going from neon to sulfur. Neon to sulfur. That is supposed to... Oh, no, that's nitrogen. Okay, so this... this is probably drawing a K. Right. So this is one of those cases where I need to actually draw a line. Now that I say all of this, you know what suddenly occurs to me? That I didn't need to make this oh wait, no, I didn't make it a bitmap in order to recognize it. Right, but the SVG doesn't need to be a bitmap. So in the SVG, no, but I still need to create a bitmap in order to recognize the letter. So I'm going to write this. So this is a situation where the x difference is 2 and the y difference is 1. I'm just going to do that as a very special case. If math.abs x difference is 2 and the difference between the y coordinates is 1. So if that is the case, then we want to draw how many pixels? Oh, I should not use that file. We want to draw, let's see. So we would be going from somewhere here. Okay, let's let's put that here. Right, so okay, so going down and left is here, but we're going left too, right? So I want to do this, and then I want to draw all 3 of these pixels that are between the elements. So let's do that. The K will look horrible if I do this. Aliasing, yes, exactly, it will have aliasing. So maybe I want to draw this one, and that one. And then, you know, the K will look like this. Yeah, I think I want to do that. There you go. Let's see. So, for var x equals 0, x less than or equal to 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, x plus plus. Okay. bmp.add. Okay, so the x coordinate is going to be the math.min. So the min of fx and tx plus x times 2. No, it's this times 2 plus x, isn't it? Because in my x coordinate I've already taken account of the entire width of this, right? Okay, and then I want math.max and math.min of fy ty times 2 plus this. Okay, so when x is 0, I want this to be 2, so I want 2, 2, 1, 0, 0, 2, 2, 1, 0, 0. There we go. Now, this only works if, yeah, this only works if it's this kind of direction, right? So I actually want this to be times 2. So let's just hope that this works. Oh, no, it does not. So let's see. So we're going from, let me just make sure that this is the same one. We're going from Krypton. Oh no, we're going from Krypton. Ah, right, this is the other one. Okay. I should have known that when you draw a K, you are going to get that. So this is that one again, and this one is this one again. So this is going to be 0, 0, 1, 2, 2. And then we run that. And here we go. And we have our K! Oh, it's so cool! Yeah! Okay, so let's go here and make that a K and run it again. And then we have a C. I'm glad that the C is not rounded. K achieved. Yep. That is a Yankee. And that is a Mike. And that is a uniform. And that is a Papa. How many letters do I have already? I have 19, so 7 more. Or maybe not 7, because maybe there is no Q in the entire message. Who knows? Oh, we have the same problem again. Aha! Okay, we have something where none of the cryptic clues gives us a chemical element. None of the cryptic clue interpretations. Learning the alphabet. Yes. Okay, so what do we have here? Let's go back here. We have our line. There you go. In Knosp Ars. Okay, so I think we're going for spar. Right, that starts with S, sulfur, and ends with argon. So why would that not work? Let's go inside of cryptic clue filtered. And then let's go inside of cryptic clue. There you go. Boink. Okay, so we have our clue. And it's this one here. So let's look at str. str.substring of I. Okay. Okay, so yeah, the first 4 do not contain a space. The next 4 do not contain a space. Okay, whoops. But now it should. There we go. And now W is OSPA. And then it'll say, okay, that's not in there. This is good. And now it should say, okay, we have sparse. And then our W is just spar. And that is in the word. Okay, so now let's go here. So now our W is spar. Let's take a look at S and E. Bingo, it starts with sulfur. And it ends with this. Huh, so why didn't that... Okay, let's look at the call stack. No, that's not where I'm meant to go. Here. That's also not where I'm meant to go. Here. Okay. So let's go here and take a look at TUPS. Oh, I'm an idiot. I should have realized that it's the second one that triggered, not the first one. So it did find spar, but it also finds pars, which starts with protactinium, I think is what that was, and ends with sulfur. So that is a very unfortunate ambiguity in the puzzle. So for this special case, I'm going to say if tups dot no wait, if I have access to line, don't I? So I'm just gonna do this. If line, I'm just gonna put this as an exception. Then tups equals tups dot take 1. Okay, because we know that the first one is the one that we want. Or at least I think it is. I guess we'll find out in a sec. Ooh, we have another one of those. So now we need to look at fx, fy again, and tx, ty, comma please, and w, which is small toss. Oh, I see. No, I don't see. This is going from samarium to osmium, I think. But it thinks it's going from, okay, hang on, is SM actually a thing? There it is, samarium, it's right there. And then osmium. Osmium is here. Aha! Okay, so this is a diagonal line going like this. I have a suspicion that that might not be intended. I have a suspicion. No, but what else would it be? It can't be sulfur, right? This would be a very weird line. So, so what's irritating me right now, right, is that from samarium to osmium, we're crossing this gap, and from the earlier case here, I assumed that that gap is an extra row, but that will make this 4 elements tall instead of just the 3 that would usually be. So, yeah, you know what, I'm just going to skip over this and look at the bitmap. Okay, so we have a horizontal line, and then, all right, let's take a look at, I suppose the, yeah, what I said earlier, right, the SVG can absolutely contain all of the lines that we need. So I'm going to do that now. So we are interpreting things in stuff, right? And so I can do stuff.select. So for each tuple in here, I can draw a path with no fill, no fill, stroke, let's make that green, I suppose, and stroke width, let's make that 0.3 or something, and then a joint string. Actually, I can put all of this outside. I just want one single path object that will contain the following D attribute. So we want for every tup So we need the coordinates from the starting elements. The starting element is tub.cell. Let's apply that and call that S. And then we need the coordinates from end element. Let's apply that and call that E. And then we want a line that goes from S.x, S.y to E.x, E.y. Okay. And then after both of these applies, we want to join string that. That's right. Okay, now let's see what happens. What you ended up doing is putting la and ak into the hole to the right of ba and ra. I don't think you ended up having to assume there's an empty line. Oh. You are right. Thank you. I completely forgot about that. Your username is very sorry, not inappropriate, inapt, because you're clearly not dumb at all. You figured that out. Good job. So, yeah, maybe I should remove that line. But let's take a look at this now. There we go. So I should have subtracted the min x and min y from those, shouldn't I? So here, let's go s.x minus min x, s.y minus min y, e.x minus min x, e.y minus min y, and then restart. Oh yeah, of course. Huh, okay, weird. Okay, they're all negative. Right, they would be negative if it didn't recognize... Yeah, okay, fine. So, in this special case here, let me just bmp.add fx, fy, tx, and txt. So we'll at least add the 4 corner pieces, and that will just force the viewport to be correct. Okay. Why does it suddenly look like that? That is so strange. I created this account to stream a video game challenge that involved AFKing for 40 days straight. Wait, that is a dumb challenge, I agree. Okay, so obviously what I did is, yeah, so s.x minus min x is the top left corner of the 0, 0 pixel. So I should add plus 0.5 to all of these to center that with the thing. And then of course here, oh yeah, of course, these need to be 2 times that. Okay. Run. Okay. So we have, oh, the green line is gone again. Why? Okay, it's all negative again. What am I doing wrong? I don't see what I'm doing wrong. Oh, I see. RBMP. No. This is right. So we got our coordinates from the 2 elements, and we're subtracting min x, min y in the same way that we're doing here. Non-Euclidean, hello, your Santa, who's not me, says you should check your DMs. Okay. Yep, I'm loving watching. I will say that I meant for all of the clues to be locally unique, but my checker for the container clue type uniqueness was slightly errant. Sorry for the trouble with that. I can send an updated version with unique clues if you'd like. Feel free, go ahead. In the meantime, I will continue dealing with this. So, so what is my current problem actually? Because the thing is, even if I do not treat this as an empty line, right? I will still have. Let me just see what the actual elements are. The actual elements are right, iridium to rhenium, Where's iridium? Iridium is here, and rhenium is here. And then the other one is samarium to osmium. Yeah, so we still get this. So I'm not sure what kind of character that is supposed to be. It was in a tower defense. You had to beat all... Oh yeah, I see. Okay. So I suspect that this may be a mistake and it's supposed to be promethium to make a T. I think that's what's going on. I think that samarium is supposed to be a promethium. So let's actually remove the empty line, which we now know we no longer need. Let's restart this. I want to know why the green line is not showing up. I want to know why I'm getting negative coordinates here. This is not supposed to be negative. Right, the, let's see, the stuff contains, I already have that here. So what is coords of stuff 0.start element? The watch window doesn't allow nested functions. That is annoying. Right, but we have... Yeah, so we've got our... Why is this wrong? Help me out here. Stuff.select tube chords. This is the element, and then this is the other element. These are S and E. We're taking X and Y, and we're subtracting min X and min Y. I don't understand what's wrong here, so I'm going to put a breakpoint. No, I'm going to rerun this first, hit this breakpoint, and then put a breakpoint here. Actually, I'll put a breakpoint here. Okay, so let's see what min X and min Y actually are. Turns out they are 12 and 10. Does that make sense? 2, 4, 6. 6 times 2 is 12. 2, 4, 5. 5 times 2 is 10. So these values are correct. And then, yeah, we get this. Okay, that makes sense. And then we have this here. So this one goes through stuff. And it uses the exact same coords that this one here does. This one also goes through stuff. Oh, wait a second. This... Can I... Fine, cancel. Yeah, this is the same tuple. This is definitely the same tuple. Okay, so let's run this again and go to here. Stuff.select coords tube.sel, coords.tube.el, and then we do this. If anyone here has any idea why this is wrong, please help. So for each var stuff in var tube in stuff, let's output tuple.sel, make that coords, that dot x. So we want that, and we want min x, and then we want that minus min x. Right, let's see what happens here. Okay, so it's 8 and 12. So the x coordinate of iridium is 8. Oh my goodness, I am an idiot. Right, this whole 2 times business. Oh my god, why didn't I think of that? Okay, so I need to do this. 2 times, 2 times, 2 times, 2 times. Okay, finally. Okay, now it should be correct. Okay, thank you. Now I finally have that green line work correctly. Now I'm going to assume that in this particular one line that this is a bug, and it's supposed to be a T. So I'm going to add this bitmap as a but then I can't use the debugger break. So no, I'm going to fix it somewhere else. I'm going to fix it right here where stuff. Yeah, so the stuff of the erroneous line looks like this. So if stuff, so if stuff equals null, then do this. But if stuff.length equals 2 and stuff of 0.w equals ironware, and stuff of 1.w equals small toss, then I'm just going to cheat and say stuff of 1 equals, I can keep the small toss because I don't care, but the SM should instead be PM. I'm just going to change that to PM and OS. There you go. Okay, and now if I run this again, it should get past that. So hopefully this is a different one. Yep, Wunderkind. Okay, so let's run this again and again and again. Okay, there are 3 different. Oh, I see. Oh, is that what's going on? Maybe this entire line here. That entire. Okay, that makes so much more sense. Okay, we're going to undo that. This. Let's just remove that again, and we're just going to move both of these lines left one, and just not have that. Okay. That is an unfortunate artifact of the fact that periodic tables don't really have a standardized geometry. Okay, so here we have another one where there are 2 possibilities. There is pause and aus. I still haven't received a updated version, so I'm going to have to deal with this as well. So I'm just going to run, and I'm going to find this. Okay, so this is obviously supposed to be an n. So this is going to, this is supposed to have the other one. So if this is the case, then if line equals contained within pow_sense, if that is the case, then tubes equals tubes.skip1.toArray. Okay, run that again. And suddenly it's an n. Okay, we have another one contained within flisk_aver, and we have both shav and haver. Yeah, that's okay. This is almost certainly supposed to be shav because haver is at the very end of the contained within, which is unusual in cryptic clue. So I'm gonna assume that this one is supposed to be the first one. So this one, yeah, or line equals this. Okay, we have an F. Okay, finally we can continue our alphabet. That is an F. That is, oh, we have another one of these. Oh boy. Okay, it's Kirsch Aves, but otherwise the same problem. I'm kind of tempted to wonder what would have happened if the periodic table used had 32 columns. Right, I see. Yeah. Because you could, what Rain Mirror is saying is that you could put this entire block in between here and then stretch everything out horizontally, and then it would have 32 columns. So we want this. And we have another letter, and that is an H. Okay, so that is an H. Why is that so far down? That is not supposed to happen. I'm a bit worried that that means that the string is wrong. Yeah, look at these. The x coordinates are very high, and the wait, 20. Okay, yeah, there's definitely something wrong here. Like, a lot of this is not supposed to be that high. A very wide letter when it involved osmium, I would guess. I see. Ah, right. Okay. You're responding to Rain Mirror. Gotcha. Okay. So what's going on here? Let's increase the view box so we can see more of it. Aha. Oh. Oh, is the aha. There is a line of minuses where there is supposed to be an equals, I think. So let's take a look at stuff. So I need to find out where Tambala occurs. So if let's see, here, Tambala. Yeah, if any one of these return Tambala, I need to know what the yeah, let's go here. This is where we should be. So if tupes.any t.w equals Tambala, then debugger break. Start from the beginning, please. Debugger break, thank you. And then let's take a look at M, found within lactam balances. Let's go here. That is the only one. Why are there hashes? Okay, I hadn't actually considered that there are any lines. Okay, in order to deal with that, I'm going to copy and paste this entire file. I'm going to remove duplicate lines and then sort it all. And we can see that these are the only three. Okay, so I need that to be a separate kind of divider. I probably shouldn't have needed to close that file. I hope I didn't trash it. No, I didn't trash it. Okay, so so that means there are actually three different. Yeah, you know what? If that is the case, or m.groups 1.value 0 equals that, then we yield return null, and then if it was a hashtag, we're just gonna do another yield return null. And then here, where we had these hashtags, oh, there are several other places where there are single hashtags. There's only one where it's duplicated. I'm not quite sure why it would be duplicated. I suspect that this may be an error, so I'm just surreptitiously going to remove it, and I'm going to write down that this was in line 5922, just in case I need to investigate that again later. Okay, so, right, so where is the first occurrence? Yeah, oh, there are other cases. Oh, there are other cases where there are two in a row. Okay, in that case, maybe I should not have removed that. Okay, so let's undo that and save it again. Okay, and get rid of that. So I will just have 4 empty lines where there are these double things. Okay, back to the Tambala. I don't need that anymore. Get rid of that. Sequence contains no element. Oh, of course, right, between the two. Oh man, because between the two lines consisting of only hashes, there is nothing in it. So obviously the .min here will say, hey, you've got nothing in there. So this is an array, so I can just check its length. So I'll just say this, if that is the case, or stuff.length equals 0. Then we just do this and continue. Let's go. And we have another ambiguous thing here where tupes, it's either flatbreads or bread stuff. Okay, it's going to be bread stuff because flatbreads is at the very start. You know what? I'm going to fix that, because this contained thing here shouldn't really start at the very end of the string, and it shouldn't start at the very start of the string, and it shouldn't end at the very end of the string. So this will fix that ambiguity. What is this? This is now empty, even though this didn't trigger. Of course, right, because contained within pause, which we had earlier, is now fixed by that, because pause is at the start of it, so I can get rid of this. And here we have another, hidden in Mentor Lane, you have Tala and Alan. Oh god, now I need to figure out which one of those it is. So let's open this, copy this. And let's just assume for now that it's this one here, line equals that. And if I run this and then I get a weird bitmap, that is a perfectly valid X. So I'm going to assume that that is intended. So I'm just going to make that an X and run again. Okay, we have another one of those cases where I really shouldn't remove my watch parameters that often. TX, TY. Okay, so we are going, well, let me see W. So we're going from carbon to tellurium. Okay, that is definitely weird. But also it says 16 to 15, so no. This is not it. CL is, I don't think CL is a thing. What is going on? Classmate. So what is the start element? It is CL. Chlorine. God damn it, I didn't think of chlorine. I am stupid. Yes. I was trying to think of one of these sort of complicated ones with eum at the end, and I didn't think of chlorine. That was embarrassing. Let's look at this. So we have this one here. So we did this for the K. So this is the other direction, right? So this is where 2 times this is equal to this. Except it's the other way around. So let's not do this one. I don't care. Let's do this one. 2 times this is equal to this. So this time we want the y to go from 0 to 4. And then the y coordinate is this, but with y's in here. And then this one here. So this we want 2, 2, 1, 0, 0. Right. And then we can do the exact same thing, right? If this is equal to negative that, then this is just 0, 0, 1, 2, 2. And then let's just run that. And then we see this. It is supposed to be a V, but it's been drawn the wrong way around. So I guess this is just wrong then. Oh, wait a second. If 2 times x... Yeah. No. Yeah, this should be the forward and this should be the backward. But, you know, whatever. I don't care to figure it out if I know that it's going to be correct this way around, so let's just run that. And suddenly we have a perfectly valid V. So let's go here and add the V. Next one is a Juliet. That is quite different from the one we saw earlier that I thought was going to be a Juliet, but I guess that's... Oh, we have another ambiguous tup. Tups. OGs and Gs. And geese. OGs and geese. Okay, so the line is this one. So we're gonna have to disambiguate this one. run that. Okay, and we run into this problem. So I'm going to just try the other one. Just assume that it's the other one. So if line is equal to this, then tupes equals tupes dot skip one dot to array. And we have another one. So this one contains Kokik and Cicero. I didn't realize that Cicero was a Scrabble valid word. Alright, so let's see if this one here is the one we want. It turns out it probably is, and it is a Z. Okay, oh yeah, I should pay attention to this. Okay, part of Corncob is shy. I still haven't received the fixed version. This is a little bizarre. I can send an updated version with unique clues if you'd like. This kind of implies that they've created that file already and they're just waiting for confirmation to send it. In that case, they should have just sent it. But if this means I can make the file for you, then I suppose they might be working on it right now. So part of Corncob Ashy. This is, let me see if I can find the words. It's either bash or obas. Yes, because oba is, I don't remember what it means, but I think it is a Scrabble word. So let's just take a guess here. Nope, that is not correct. So let's just move it here. And a restart from the beginning. And, oops. Ah, okay, so it worked, it gave a valid letter, and this is another one. Okay, so this one, let's just guess this. Looks correct, and it's, ooh, does not look correct. Okay, so let's put that here. Oh, clipboard. I keep forgetting that. So what's happening here is that because my program has put something into the clipboard, but I'm also trying to put something into the clipboard from Visual Studio, the two interfere with one another. And then there is a sort of delay of several seconds. Okay, that is, oh yeah, we're in a different place now. So change or hanger. Those are both very common words within Roch angering. Now I kind of want to know like how far I got so far. Line's length is 21,000 and I'm only 2,000 in. So I suspect that there's going to be a lot of, I'm almost done with making the fixed file. I'll have it over in a couple minutes. Okay, in that case I'm going to stop doing this because if this amount of fixes is only 1/10 of the file, then that's going to be a lot of work. And if it is actually going to only take a few minutes, like they say, then I think we'll just wait for that. In the meantime, what else could I do? I suppose I can take a look at the output, because I noticed that it gets longer and longer and longer. So I've probably forgotten to clear. So we're adding to cur. We are clearing cur. So why does it keep getting longer and longer? Maybe down here. Let's see. Ah, yes, indeed. Cur at this point is a list. Let's clear it here. Okay. So I can already read the beginning. The beginning says grades worsening, Great Lakes, acronym under par, bettering, platonic, increasing phases, pentad, tuke, canonical, U. Bitches, apricots, handsomest, lady palm, iodometry, obstructs, spang, labials, clutches, dashes. Okay, it seems that everything here is 5 words at a time. It's always 5 words, which suggests that this is actually special and separate. Okay, so we're stuck at another place where I'm not being told what to do and I have to figure it out, and I don't know how to do that because I'm not really good at hunt puzzles. Let's see. This wouldn't matter now since we're getting a fixed file, but theoretically, since you're going to be potentially edge casing hundreds if not thousands of these, would it be worthwhile to have it try to draw both possible outputs, then have it pick which one matches the dictionary and discard the other? Also, is that initial block separation the double hashes? Yes, it is. No, it must be that because it's 4 empty lines. Yeah, rain mirrors, I've already considered that, but the fact that we have like groups of 5 here is suspicious. So I suspect that there's actually something else going on. Also, we have lots and lots of sulfurs here. And also apricots doesn't start with anything. And this is, like, A is not a thing and AP is not a thing. So I don't think it's chemical elements again. These don't look like they have any indicators though, so I double it be that. I'm confused. The initial block has Great Lakes. Yeah, no, I know. Yeah, so it actually says Great Lakes acronym, right? The well-known acronym for that is HOMES, which is a 5-letter word standing for Huron, Ontario, Michigan, Erie, and Superior. But then why would it say grades worsening? Oh, I see. The whole thing could be a cryptic clue. Grades could be anything from A to D, or maybe worsening is an anagram clue, in which case it's an anagram of grades. And then Great Lakes acronym would be HOMES, and then under par could be Eagle or something. Bettering. Yeah, it could. Hello to whoever just joined the Discord. Feel free to watch on Twitch. The URL is in the channel description, well, the channel status. Tuke, canonical U. I mean, there is of course the Pentateuch, but why would that be split up into 2 words and pentad and then tuke? Let's see what tuke is. Well, that's not even a word. Is it in the Scrabble dictionary though? The one that we're given? Where is it? I don't have it open. Cool. Dictionary. Tuke. Yes, it is in here. Okay, so therefore the meaning of this particular word is not relevant. Pentad means 5 things at a time, which is what the future clues all are. We have worsening, bettering, and increasing. Maybe the Scrabble dictionary just don't have Pentateuch. Well, you're right that it doesn't have it. So I guess that's something to keep in mind. Yeah, I'm really stuck with this. If my Santa is watching right now and listening, I would really like a confirmation on whether this is one single cryptic clue. Otherwise, you know, I'll be wasting my time trying to interpret it as one. And if it is a cryptic clue, if you don't mind, could you provide the enumeration? That would, I would like that greatly. Aha, here's the fixed file. Okay, I will save that, download, save file. I'm going to rename this to old. I don't know what this copies. Oh, wait a second, I am in the wrong folder. This is the folder that I use to upload to the file site. So let's copy this. Let's go to this folder, rename this to old, and then save the new one here. Close this tab, and then restart. Oof. Oof. The very first... oh, I see. That's because it has the, yeah, the stuff at the start again here, which I removed. So I'm going to remove that. Yeah, let's do that. Run that again. Okay, we have a horizontal line. I mean, it's possible that this is supposed to be a hyphen. Let's see what stuff is. Yeah, it's literally just a horizontal line. So I'm going to assume that that is supposed to be a hyphen. And I'm just going to do that. That is a Q. Okay, so we do actually have Qs in here. So how many characters do I have now? That is 27 that I have. Okay, we are done. Let's output the results to a... Okay, so I don't need this anymore. And here, instead of value, I'm just going to say dick of stir. And then we're gonna have, yeah, we're gonna do a string builder. And then here, instead of write line, we're gonna say sb.append line. And then here, we're gonna say file.write all text. Let's see, results 3, right? We don't need results 3 anymore. In fact, we kind of don't even need results 2 anymore. Yeah, I'm going to delete results 3 and reuse results 2. What was in results 1? Yeah, technically we don't even need that anymore. But I guess for posterity, it makes sense to keep that. So let's use that and put sb.toString in there, run that. And here we have it. Why is that first one not the G that it was? That's very strange. Oh, no, it's not because I removed the stuff at the start. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It consists of 5 lines. Why would that be a hyphen? Let me debug that. So let's go here again. So what's my first stuff? My first stuff is that. Why would that be at the start? I'm so confused. Did I like add some kind of exception somewhere? Yeah, I suppose I should probably remove all of the exceptions that I added, you know, like these here. Like let's do this and run it again and make sure that that is actually unique. Yes, it is unique. Oh, God, what am I doing? Result 2, yes. Okay, I have to debug this because I want everything perfect. So at the very start of the file we have this, and we know that that creates 5 lines, and somehow that gets turned into the wrong thing. So let's go here. Let's go here. Okay, so lines. So the first few lines are Aaron Sibylets, etc. So the oh, I'm starting at line index 4. Okay. Yeah, so I should not have actually removed that. Instead, 3, 4, 5, 6, I should start at line 6. That is the correct fix. Okay, there we go. And then results 2 will have the G at the start. Okay. So, the set of words at the beginning is not a cryptic clue. Okay. Thank you for the clue, for the hint. But then I need another clue. Okay, let me actually see if there is any block that is not 5. So I'm going to replace all occurrent. Well, first of all, let's do this, and then that, and then this, and then this, and then this. Okay. So the question now, okay, there is extra tabs because, right, okay, so let's just replace this with this. Okay. So the question is there, that last one has only 4. Unless I've made a mistake. But yeah, it seems that they're all 5, except for the very first one, right? So if I paste this into here, and then, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then I press Control down here, it goes all the way to the bottom. So there's nothing in the 6th column. Okay, so everything is 5. Now let's, let's just regenerate the file. And let's look at the very last. Yeah, the very last is only 4. And I think I know why it's only 4. It's because previously I added these equal signs to the end in order to make it flush the last result. And if I do that, we'll find that Argyle gets added. Okay, so I don't know what to do with this. This is not an English sentence. Yeah, I'm afraid I need another hint on this, because if it's not a cryptic clue, then I don't know what it is, and I don't know what to do with the rest of these without interpreting that. So there does seem to be a lot of words ending in S, but that might just be because the thing is, nearly half of all words in the Scrabble dictionary are going to end in S, because a lot of words can be pluralized or third person singular. So just by pure random chance, if you just pick random words that satisfy a criterion that doesn't have anything to do with the end of the words, you're 50% likely to get something ending in S. Could you be matching each block of 5 to one of the word in the first list somehow? Well, I thought of that, but bitches, apricots, and also grades worsening, that grades are just a single letter. So I don't know what's up here. The Great Lakes acronym is HOMES, obviously. That doesn't occur anywhere. Under par, there is these sort of golf terms for results under par. Right, par, bogey, birdie, eagle, albatross, and more. So maybe this will be helpful. Let's see if bogey, albatross is not in here. Eagle is also not in here. None of them are in there. I'm gonna need another hint. Under par terms tend to be birds, so that category could be birds. What? Yeah, but I'm not seeing any birds. Right, if it were the case that one or in each group of 5 was a bird, then that would make sense. But that's not the case. I would like a hint on how to interpret this. Otherwise, I don't know where to start. Platonic could be the platonic solids, of which there are 5. I did notice duckbill, but yes, it's the only one I noticed. So let's actually take some notes. Okay, so since I'm not American, I'm not quite sure what grading system this puzzle is using. The grading system in Germany has 6 grades, but you know, maybe we're trying to find A, B, C, D, E, and then worsening is telling us the order, going from A to E, right? So maybe that's what we want. Let's do this. And then Great Lakes acronym would be HOMES. And then under par, oh, bettering, right? So from the worst under par, that would be a quadruple bogey. No, that's over par. And it says under par. So 1 under par is the worst you can do. Yes. Okay, so it's birdie, eagle, albatross, condor, and then we won 5 under par. So I don't know if there is a 5th one, or let's Google for 5 under par, or you know, maybe I'm supposed to use par as the first one because it's 0 under par. But let's see, 5 under par doesn't seem to. Oh, ostrich. An ostrich. Let's assume that's it. Okay, platonic. Oh, increasing faces, of course. Right, then platonic solids in order of increasing number of faces. Okay, that would be tetrahedron, and then cube or hexahedron, and then the octahedron, and then we would have the dodecahedron, and finally the icosahedron. Pentateuch canonical. And then U. U is 5 letters. And the okay, let's see. Pentateuch canonical order. What is the Pentateuch? The first 5 books of the Bible. These are the 5. Okay. Bang. Let's remove that extraneous word. Change that. And make it uppercase. Okay, so now we have that, but now what? Okay, so I have found some interpretation here for the stuff at the start, but I still don't know what to do with the rest. I'm not seeing anything in the first or last letters here. They're not all odd length, so it's not middle letter either. Yeah, I really don't know how to relate these. Also, there are 6 of these. And only 5 of these. Bitches starts with the same letter as birdie, and then apricots is like albatross, but then it falls apart with handsomest. Octahedron, but then again falls apart. I suppose this could be cube, but this doesn't even have the same length as octahedron, does it? It's one shorter. But of course, why would it have the same length, given that these are all single letters, these are all single letters? because it specifically says acronym. And these are single letters, and if my assumption is correct that this is referring to my name. Let's see. I probably should have clued this better, but for clues that don't give a single letter, you should consider the first letters of the word. From there, associate each of the first 5 clues with each of the 5 words in a set and extract a letter using a certain cipher. Okay. For clues that don't give a single letter, you should consider the first letters of the words. Okay. So that means this, whoops. Yeah. Okay, what's the easiest way to do this? Let's see, we want a letter followed by another letter followed by either tab or the end of the line to be replaced by just the first. Nope, no, I want you to maintain the tab as well, please. There we go. Okay. Where was I? I was here. Now I'm going to keep the original, and then whoops, I will paste this here. Okay. From there, associate each of the first 5 clues. Each of the first 5 clues. So not the U clue. So just these. With each of the 5 words in a set. And extract a letter using a certain cipher. Whoops. Okay, so it's not play fair cipher because there are repeating letters in this grid. I can't think of any other cipher that uses a 5x5 grid off the top of my head. It would have been actually really cool, you know, if this had been all 25 letters from A to Z, leaving out one letter, either X or J, and then it's play fair cipher. That would have been really cool. So I'm sure that this is something else that is also really cool. So let's try and find it. So we don't know if this is cube or hexahedron, so I need to remain cognizant of the possibility. So BAHLI. B, this doesn't have an A. Okay, this is the only one that has an I. This is the only one that has an L. BAH. None of the letters BAHLI is in this column. You should consider the first letters of the words. From there, associate each of the first 5 clues with each of the 5 words in a set. What do you mean by the first? Oh, I see. And extract a letter. Okay, so can you just confirm that by the first 5 clues you mean these? I'm pretty sure that's what you mean. Bali could work and be unique if you assign it Birdie, A grade, H, Leviticus, icosahedron. Yeah, exactly. It's not unique. The only way to possibly make this unique is if it's exactly 1 letter per column. Okay, Santa, please confirm. Okay, I think I'll write this. Oh. Yes, that is what I mean by the first 5 clues. By the 5 words in the set, yeah, obviously. Oh, yeah, no, I got that. Okay, so they are in order. So this is supposed to be one of the... Okay, but none of Holmes... The only letter that Holmes has in common with apricots is the O and the S. And in terms of bitches, it's B, C, and E. handsomest lady palm. Okay, let's try something, right? Let's take all of these, and then here, everything that isn't A, B, C, D, E, go block in selection, bang. And then here, oh shit, that did the tab as well. And then here, everything that is not homes. And then here, everything that is not Bico. That's interesting that birdie, eagle, albatross, condor, ostrich almost spells out beacon. And then here, anything that is not T, well, okay, there is no C or H in it, so fortunately for this particular case, it doesn't matter. And then this one here is Gelnd. Right, and now we right align these. Okay, now my idea was that this should be binary. So if I change the block to a 0 and the letters to a 1, yeah, I can just do this, can't I? Just that. Okay, now what am I supposed to do with these numbers? I don't know. This is definitely not a chemical element, and most of these are definitely not letters. And it's also not ASCII because 5. Okay, could it be Braille? If it were Braille, it wouldn't be 5 lines, so no. I also should have made the first clue American grades worsening. It's fine. I assume that you're just confirming that A, B, C, D, E is correct. No, American grade would be A, B, C, D, F, wouldn't it? Okay, I'm going to trust the American in the chat and change that to an F, which means that the E is no longer there. Look, your puzzle doesn't deserve this, but you know, when I'm stuck like this, I get really frustrated, and the fact that you say using a certain cipher and just, you know, just leave out the crucial information, which is which cipher. You know, if the cipher were like obvious, you know, if it's like obviously Braille or Morse code, or you know, if it's like immediately visible, then this is fine, but this is too much guessing for me, too much mind reading, so I think I would like you to tell me what cipher you're thinking of, if I may ask for that. Also, please tell me when you stop watching so that I know to continue to use row to talk to you. So I'm gonna have to wait for a response from that. Maybe the blacking out idea isn't even correct though. Yeah, I know. Yeah, exactly. The only reason I did that was in a vain attempt, in a desperate attempt to try and identify the cipher without knowing what it is. But you know, if I don't know what it is, then instead of considering which letters or the word are in the set of 5 letters, instead consider which letters of the set of 5 are in the word. Okay, so it's 5-bit binary. Okay, gotcha. Okay, gotcha. Okay, gotcha. So in the case of bitches, get rid of that. Well, let's actually also, can you also, for the avoidance of confusion, can you just confirm whether it's cube or hexahedron? I assume it's probably cube, but please confirm. So let's do this. Remove all the tabs. Blink. Remove that. Doink. Boink. So Yeah, I didn't need that. So bitches contains a B and a C. Oh yeah, and can you also confirm whether it's E or F in the American grades, please? Thank you. No H, yes O, no M, no E, yes S, B, E, A, C, O, T, C, O, D, I, G, E, L, N, D. Okay, so these are my binary numbers. Let's do this and make them all B. Doink, 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 doink. We get L-I-M-B-I. Okay, that worked until the last letter. I expected limbs or limbo. So maybe I made a mistake. So we have Gelnd. There is no G. There is an E. There is no L. There is no N. And there is a D. Yep, that is Limby. So let's see if Limby is actually in the dictionary. Yes, okay, it is actually a word, even if I don't know what it is. Okay, so now I know what I need to do. Great stuff. So, do I want to... I think this time I want to just write this out into a file. Yeah, I'm results 2. Also, I can get rid of this now. Okay, so where do I write to results 2? I can get rid of this, can't I? Yes, I don't need this anymore. Okay, so this is where I write to the file. So I think instead of writing to the file, I'm going to yeah, I still need to process the, you know, the multiple lines here. You know what? I have an idea. Where do I do the yield return null again? Here. So why don't I... Okay. So this is an array of these tuples. I'm wondering if I could use a special value to represent the different kinds of separators, you know, so that I don't need to, you know, I don't need to deal with like multiple like empty lines and stuff, right? So let's say if cur dot count is greater than 0, then let's do that. And then if that is an equal sign, I'm going to yield return, now this is going to be stupid, but I'm going to yield return an array containing an equal sign and then null null. Oops. Okay, let's, so how about that? So why is that not working? Right, okay, I need to give it this type specification. Okay, so let's do that. So we already know that it matches one of these, so I can actually just do this, put that in here, and not have any of these ifs. There you go. Okay. Now I need to make sure that whatever consumes this information, which is wherever this is called, this one here, alright, this one here, right. So this W, no, this is not a tuple. What am I looking at? Okay, where did I go wrong? Solve cryptic clues and find elements. This part, yeah, so we go through all the lines, and for every line, if it is this, we yield return a single element array containing nonsense. Yes. So when we filter this, so the filtered thing, right, this thing here, this needs to keep those. Allow me to do this for now. So if W, that's just a string. Okay, why am I confused? Okay. Okay, got it. Okay, so we need to look at where this function... No, not this function. God damn it. Why am I so bad at this? This function, no. This function. Yes, this function. Where's this called? It is called here. Bingo. Okay. Whew. So, if stuff equals... So stuff should never be null or length 0. So if this is the case, then I'm going to do this. If stuff.length is equal to 1 and stuff of 0 dot SEL is equal to null, right? Then it's one of the specials. So we're just going to append a line consisting of stuff of 0 dot W. Wait, why does it say cur.clear? Oh, right, I see. Okay, I need this as well. There you go. Let's do this. Okay, and then at the very end of the file, we know that the file ends with one of those. So this will definitely be at the end of the file. So now, if I run this... Oh, shit, don't run this. I mustn't overwrite this. So I need to put that in a separate file. So step 2 clues, let's call it that. Also, I think I want to close down things. Yeah, this disassociates. What was it again that disassociates? What was the solution to this? Oh, was it just that it's a different contain? Wow, how did we fix this? I know how we fixed these, right? What were all the disassociate? I don't remember it. I don't care anymore. Okay, and I don't need the periodic table anymore. So, with that out of the way, let's run this and look at the new file generated. Okay, this is obviously not what we want. We want the dashes to not be a thing. Okay, and then we want the equal signs to actually just be new lines. So it's the hashes that are special. Okay, so, whew. Okay. So, what is this cur? This is a list, so this will turn into a letter. Yes. Ah, okay, I need to do it here, don't I? Yes, down here. There we go. So, okay. Yeah, okay. So, if this is the case, right, and stuff of 0 dot W is equal to that. Right, if that is the case, then just continue. If it's that, then just yeah, then we do this, don't we? Right, we definitely don't want this anymore, do we? Or we do want it if it's not this. Right, so we actually want this in all cases, and then if this is not equal to that, then we do this. There you go, run that. Bingo, okay. So, we can get rid of this part, because we have that here. And then we have all of these blocks, and indeed there are some blank lines here, so that will do interesting things. Okay, now for the avoidance of problems, I'm just going to artificially add another thing at the end. Okay, so for every block of five words, let's see. So var cur block is equal to God, this is so confusing. Okay, so this will find me all of these things. Yeah, maybe I should turn all of this into, yeah, instead of doing the SB thing, yeah, let's turn this into an IEnumerable, okay? So I'm going to put this in the clipboard. I'm going to say IEnumerable of I don't know what yet. Step 3. Interpret drawings on periodic table. Let's call it that, I guess. Right, and then we do this. Okay. So it's complaining that it doesn't return anything because I'm using, let's see, I'm using this SB thing. So let's just remove SB, and then the compiler will tell me where I need to yield return that. Now, I think I want to yield return these in blocks. Nah, I'll do the blocking later. Okay, yield return that. So I will still have these equal signs. Actually, no, I will have the hashtags and not the equal signs. Okay. Yeah. So that should be it, right? At the end of this, we don't need to write to the file anymore. Okay, so var results equals step 3, get me all of that dot to array. Okay, now we can simply split this at the hashes, right? We can just say dot split at not chunk size. There we go. Whenever the string is equal to this, exactly. That's when we split. Okay, and then to array, except I want to, like all of the inner things, these are IEnumerables. I want to turn those into arrays. There we go. So let's call that inner. Okay, so now results is an array of string arrays, and each string array is either one of these blocks or a single empty string. Or the empty thing at the end. So I guess I don't actually need this. Which actually, it doesn't read from this file, so it just won't be in there. Okay, it does have this at the start. In fact, it will have the instructions at the start, right? These. So I actually need to skip the right number of things. So let's actually just debug a break here, and let's just take a look at the contents of results, and we'll see that there is this, and then there is this. So we can skip 2 items. Oops. Skip 2. All right, let's take a look at this. Okay, bitches is indeed the first one. So now we can just go through all of these chunks, and whenever there is a single empty string array, that's when we... In fact, you know what? I'm going to do the split again. I'm just going to split where the array.length equals 1, and, well, actually I can just say sequence equal that. There we go, and then select inner.toArray. So now I will have an array of arrays, right? Where the outer array is, of course, the whole thing, and then the next inner array is, the chunks, and then inside that we have a list of strings, which is the words. So, I can now say .select chunk, right? And then for each chunk, which is like this bunch, for example, right? So for each of those, I'm going to call them blocks, and then each block is going to have words in it. And now W is going to be a string. And there's going to be 5 of these words, right? So, let's see. I want to take these. I'm not quite sure why, you know, why the extra U at the end, if only these are required. I'm sure my my Santa will tell me that in a sec, or at some point. Okay, so let's see. Let's call these the keys. Okay. That. Okay, so I want keys of that index dot select index where the character is contained in W, so I don't even need this, and then aggregate that starting at 0, previous value, next value. So we want so the first one, yeah, we just shift left this by 1, and then OR it with n, which is an integer. No, we don't want to shift left 1. We just want to OR this with 1 shift left and then n. Now, if this is 0, we actually need 5 minus n because it's back to front. There we go. So that will give us a number. And then this number I need to plus, no, I need to plus 64 that to get the, I'm just going to do that, a minus 1, to get the ASCII code for a letter, right? And then I can cast that to character. And then after I have all of those characters, I'm going to join string those characters, close parenthesis. Let's see, that's this dot select, this dot select. This is the join string. And then I'm going to join string those with spaces, I guess. And then the outer chunks I'm going to join string with new lines. There we go. And then file.write all text. Okay, so we're going to write this to results 3. Let's use results 3 this time. Results. Okay, let's see if that works. Results 3. Okay, so that is slightly wrong. So let's take a look. So the very first one was bitches, right? It was supposed to be BC and it was supposed to be that. So that was 3 times 4 is L, Lima. So the first letter is actually supposed to be a Lima. And what I got was, let me save that. What I got was an X-ray, which is exactly twice of the Lima. So, you know, it's 24 instead of 12. So it should actually be 4 minus n because it's exactly a factor of 2 wrong. There we go. So now we have this. Whew. Next. What do I do with this? Well, I'm definitely making progress here, but oh, I noticed that several words repeat here. Limit occurs several times. Torii. Okay, I was going to say maybe this is a cryptogram on these words, but it's not, because too many of these words are different. Layer 3 clear or 4. I haven't been keeping count either. But holy shit. So I think I need another clue on this, because again, I have no clue what to do. Looking at the center letters doesn't read anything. I mean, there seem to be significant similarities. Like there are a lot that have an M in the. In fact, it's to do with Timwe, isn't it? This is the U at the end, so yeah, I think that's it. So Limvi is very similar to Timwe, and then this one here is not similar at all. I think this is a 1, because only the last letter matches, and then this would also be a 1. Alternatively, of course, so hang on, so what would this be? This would be 0, 1, 1, 0, 1, which is 13. So we'd get MAA, and then with limit, we'd have 0, 1, 1, 0, 0, which is a 12. That is, it looks Dutch. This gift truly is the onion that keeps giving, because I would cry cutting through these layers. I do agree, this is an awesome gift. This is exactly tailor-made for me. I am very impressed by the effectiveness of the personalization. This is very, very cool. Okay, so I noticed that there are a lot of words that have letters from Timwe in the in different places. So actually, I think it's not same place, but it's just which of the letters are in there, right? So Limby has yeah, so Timwe, so it does not have a T, but it has I, M, no WI, so I think it starts with a 13, which is an M. And then Lathy only has the T and the I. Oh, wait a second. If I do this, then the second and last digit is always the same, because it's, you know, because a word can only contain or not contain an I. It can't distinguish between the two different I's. That is why I thought that the position should matter. But several of these words actually contain two I's. So, oh man, this is difficult. Oh man, yeah, I don't know what to do with this. So, if I continue with so petty, the third word here, does have a T, and it does have an I, and it does not have these, so we get another Y. So it would be MYY, so it's not that. Wordle, no, I don't think it's Wordle. Let's see. So what if it's just letters that match? We had MAAN, I think. Let me just check that last one. That is a 0, 1, 1, 0, 0. That is 12. That is an L. That is what we had. This one here, right? So TIMWI. So that would be a, ooh. And then throb would be, as a P. Okay, so it's not that. It's clearly not that. See, at this point, it's actually kind of inconvenient that I chose to have two of the same letter in the name. If I had changed that, if I had done that differently, then this probably would have been a lot more elegant. Okay, did I get another message here? It's also ABCDF, thank you. This stage was sort of tacked on at the last minute so as to pad out the periodic table step enough to require programming, so it's lower quality in terms of puzzle quality and in terms of things being included than the others. See, now I'm not sure if you mean, if by this stage you mean the one that I just cleared or the one that I'm stuck on now. So it's lower quality in terms of puzzle quality. I thought the quality is fantastic so far. It's just, you know, I'm not very good at reading minds, basically. I don't want that to sound derisive, so I apologize if it comes across that way. But, you know, it's really, really hard sometimes to know what a puzzle wants of you if it doesn't tell you. So I think I need a clue here as well. I think I've got all the puzzle pieces. I know that it's about having letters in common, and it's about the word Timwi. Right? It's about the letters TIMWI. But how exactly to turn these into binaries, or whether it is even binary, I don't know. I've tried two things. I've tried to see whether Timwi contains these letters, and I tried to see whether these letters contain, yeah, you know. I tried to see whether it matches in position and letter, and neither of those give something readable for the first row. So if any one of those was correct, then please tell me. And if not, then hint at what it is that I need to do. Could it be an edit distance thing? These comes up with a... I see. So you mean, what's it called? Levenstein distance is what you mean. In that case, this would be 2, so B, right? And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I don't think you can get as far as 26 with that. I don't think that works. Don't know if you're still listening, but I would like a hint on how to match. Oh, there you go. You should do something similar to the previous step, but instead of whether each letter in Timwe is in the word, consider whether each letter in the word is in Timwe. Yeah, I tried that. I already did that. Consider whether each letter in the word is in Timwe. So, no, yes, yes, no, yes. M. No, no, yes, no, yes. Okay, now I'm thinking, oh, I did not try that. Okay. No, no, yes, yes, yes. That is a G. Okay, this could be something. Okay, thank you for the confirmation there. Okay, so we have this. So our results are now, right, so now instead of join string, I'm going to turn this into a toArray and this into a toArray. And now I have basically this structure as a two-dimensional array. Except that I can just go dot select here, and now each row in here, that is going to be a string array that contains the words for, right, so for each string in that row, we have a word, and then we're going to make another aggregation of, so word.aggregate 0. Okay, so the previous value, we need to shift left 1, and then depending on whether n, which now is a character, is in Timwe, then 1 else 0. Dot join string like that. Oh wait, no, I need to turn this into a character, so let's do this. Plus a minus 1. Okay, then we join string that, and then we join string these with new lines. There we go. Let me just quickly put that in the clipboard and then undo, because I deleted this line, and then redo, and then do that. And suddenly we have this. Mego speciality. Is that actually a word? Dictionary here. No. Okay, so Timwe signature. Worked with Brady, Urban State Park, Ancestry Forest, John Call Sound Studio. Okay. Mego. Mego. It sounds like Lego. I don't know. TV toys. Let's look at images. Mego. Okay, so is it action figures then? Okay, I don't know about this. Timwe signature. Timwe signature. So, what is Weidman? Ah, it's a, this one says electrical, but this one here is clearly drinks. Worked with Brady, Urban State Park, Ancestry Forest, John Carl Sound Studio. Let's actually Google this. Donald Trump. Jonathan Carl. I don't think this is the Jonathan. I don't think that Jonathan Carl is the one that this is cluing. Yeah, this is, again, you know, I just don't know what I'm looking for. I don't have a signature. I mean, I have a signature, but not with the name Timwee. For worked with Brady. Who is Brady? I mean, there are plenty of fictional characters named Brady. I'm reminded of the Brady Bunch, but I think that's a surname. You should totally make a signature for Timwee. Okay. If you want me to. Yeah, I'm afraid I need another clue again, because I will often need this. Okay, but I will keep an eye on DMs. Okay. I have successfully extracted these clue phrases. However, I'm struggling mightily with these. They don't mean anything to me, and a web search doesn't appear to enlighten anything either. Small nudge. I mean, what's Timwee's signature? I would assume the node tree in your... Yeah, okay, but then what, you know, what's the word? Also, you know, regarding Ancestry Forest, right, I actually thought, I should probably say my thoughts out loud. Forest in computer science is a data structure that is like a tree but multiple trees, right? So a single tree has every node connected with every other node directly or indirectly, but a forest is, you know, like they might not all be connected, but every connected bunch is a tree. So that would be called a forest. But then an ancestry would, you know, in a tree, you always have like a root node that is the parent to everything, or rather the ancestor to everything, and then everything below it is a descendant. So, you know, this feels very computer sciencey to me. But at the same time, it could also just be literal ancestry, so this could be referring to a pedigree tree or a, you know, a genealogy chart or something like that. But I have no idea how that would relate to any of the others. I really hope I'm gonna get a clue on this, because this is exactly the kind of place in Hunt puzzles where I really, really struggle. Like, you know, it really does feel like mind reading. Please give me a clue. I don't know what to do. Urban State Park seems a very vague thing, right? Almost any city has a park. Maybe there is one that is actually literally called Urban State Park. Yeah, no, it's not. Otherwise it would be the first result. Yeah, it even says here it's the largest urban state park in the country. So that means that Urban State Park is a thing, of which there are many. So I don't think I can narrow this down to a single one. Come on, give me a clue. I don't know what to do. Let's see what Wikipedia has to say about Mego. So it's a record label, it's a toy company that produces action figures. It's also motorbikes, but in Greece. and a character from Kim Possible. Okay. Of these, it seems this one is the most likely to have something referred to as a specialty. In fact, I would argue that maybe action figure could be the specialty that it's referring to. Weidman employees. Okay, let's see what Wikipedia has to say about Weidman. Is a German surname meaning hunter, really? Okay. Apparently it's... Wait, when I googled for this earlier, I got this technology company, and in the images I got these this drink. Oh, is that an I or is that an L? No, it is an I. Weidman. United Dutch Breweries. Why is that not listed here? Yeah, it seems that they are just genuinely not well known enough to have a Wikipedia article. You know, maybe this will help? Nope. There is no article on the Dutch Wikipedia about Weidman. Because it said United Dutch, that's why I thought Netherlands. Still no hint? Oh, there is a hint. Googling the stranger words from the first two feeders together might give some insight as to what the connection between... Okay, I'll do that. The stranger words from the first two feeders. Feeders? What feeders? Do you mean the clues? Yeah, I'm very confused. If you mean clues, then the stranger words are definitely Mego and Timwe. But how on earth would Google find something connecting those two? Yeah, that every result here is going to relate either to Mego or to Timwe and not have a connection. No, I'm very confused by this hint. Sorry. Sorry, please clarify what you mean. The sixth feeder should be Ancestry Woods. Oh, weird. What do you mean by feeders? Does he mean these? Because this one is definitely a strange word. But honestly, a lot of these words are strange words. I don't know what the stranger words would be. And also, why is words in double quotes? That seems to suggest that he is referring specifically to Mego and Timwe because those are not Scrabble legal. This is very, very confusing. Okay, so I guess let's try Mego and Weidman. Definitely not giving me anything big. All of these are like, you know, these are the results that you get when Google is grasping at straws to find me something that connects Mego and Weidman. Yeah, no, I'm definitely not seeing it. I just mean the 7 phrases that you have right now. Okay, I tried that. Mego Timwe does not reveal anything, and Mego Weidman does not either. Forest to woods is a pretty unusual mistake for something that would have been... Yeah, this is probably not generated with the program. These are probably clues. Can't tell if this went through or not, but the 6th phrase should be ancestry words. Yes, yes, that did go through. What if I just Google all of them? Yeah, no. Nothing on Google and random stuff on DuckDuckGo. Yeah, and now we're in the situation where we're just waiting for the center to tell me what to do. You know, in a hunt, this is the point where I would always say to the rest of the team, okay, your turn, because this is the part that I can't do. If Google doesn't tell me what this is, then I don't know. If any of you have any ideas, please let me know. Please feel free to spoil everything that you want. I don't care. In fact, I'd be glad if you could unstuck me, get me unstuck. Why is he not responding? Maybe I should ask in the secret solver chat on Discord if anyone wants to help me with this. Because there's bound to be someone who can look at this and immediately knows what's going on. Other than the Santa, obviously. Let me see who else is in the voice chat with me. Only one person, okay. Short Circuit is streaming the Talos Principle. Yeah, well, before I send that, I'm going to look at this thing I received. Googling Megotim, we should give a result pertaining to the general subject matter of the puzzle. Well, it didn't. Oh. Okay. Is there someone named Meg? Okay. Aha. Okay, why did that not come up the first time? That is very strange that it didn't come up the first time. So clearly there is someone else on CodeGold Stack Exchange who, who is mentioned in this particular thread. Okay, so let's see, Whiteman. Whiteman is not in this thread. Let's search this. 0 results. Why can't it just be consistent? Yeah, so I'm already stuck again. So I got 2, and then nothing. What about Woods? Oh, whoa, I'm looking at the wrong thing here. Okay, so Alan R. Woods could be a... Okay, let's go back to this... Yeah, maybe I should look at not the meta site. Maybe users contains Whiteman. No, it does not. Yeah, it's not that either. Okay, let's look at this. Yeah, okay, right. Okay, I found out that Mego is a username of a Cold Golf, what was it called? I will write it out. Cold Golf Stack Exchange user. However, Whiteman is not. Let's see about Brady. Okay, there is a Brady. Let's see if they are in the, you know, the thread that we saw. Yeah, this is not the one we had on DuckDuckGo, so I'm gonna go back to this. No, not that, this one. What was the name I was looking for? It was Brady. Nope, Brady is not mentioned on this page. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we're looking for users on the Isolangs wiki. Nope. Oh, there is a Mago. Okay, seriously. Okay. Why signature though? Okay, well, let's see if there is a Whiteman here. Well, not in the search apparently. Also not a user. No. Employees. No. No. Advanced. User. Search. Yeah, okay. Whiteman. Yep, nothing there. Okay, so Mago made a language called Seriously. That's the only one that is unique. And you know, this one here has not made any. This has not made any because they're not a person. Ancestry Woods. I'm not enjoying this part of the puzzle. I'll say it straight away. I am not. You know, even if I end up finding something, it's always just like, oh, okay, so that's what he means. You know, it's the programming part was really cool. You know, because you find an algorithm, you see it working, it's very rewarding. But this one here, this is just slog. Okay, let's take a look at this language called Seriously. It's a golfing language. Right. What about just woods, perhaps? Okay. Intercal. Okay. So, I think I want to have a separate column here for the creator. I assume that the creator here is Tim Weiss. So this would be Donald R. Woods, and it's intercal. John and Carl. John and Carl. Okay, Shakespeare. Okay, do we have a space here? Yep, there is a space. Okay, one last try, because I'm not sure I tried this yet. Advanced, include users. Yeah. Okay, so I noticed that the word seriously and the word specialty have a fair number of letters in common. Oh, actually only the first and last. Many of them are shifted. You know, the E is shifted left, the I is shifted left, and the L is shifted right. Okay, so why did that not come up? Okay, I don't know why those didn't come up in my search, but thank you for this. So Edwin Brady invented no, this one, white space, and then we have Urban Miller. Okay. Oh, it's brain fog. And then Whiteman. Okay, still not finding anything for Whiteman. Well, what did you search for? Oh, emoji code. So, Kusana, what exactly did you search for to find Edwin Brady? This one doesn't say who invented it. There it is. Okay, that is indeed Whiteman. Okay, in the wiki you say. Okay, so urban, enter. Yeah, so I searched for Urban State Park, I guess. Okay, so right, let's put tabs here. Right. Okay. So specialty and seriously share S and Y. Okay. It's not Funkyton. Is it? It's not Mornington Crescent. That's too long. I'll skip that one. Emoji code. That is EM. Okay, it's EM. White space. That is WE. And then we have this. That is AK. Okay, so it seems to always be two letters. So this is probably supposed to be a system. Oh, it's scripting, isn't it? Yeah, it's scripting. Okay. And then we have intercal. ENE. And then finally we have Shakespeare. And the commonalities are SS, and that's it. System weakness. What was the command on row for checking an answer? Maybe if I scroll all the way back to the top. Yeah, in fact, let me search for tell Santa and then scroll past all of these and find, there we go. Check answer. Set answer. Yeah, okay, so check answer, system weakness. That's not right. It must match exactly. Well. Oh, there we go. Okay, so I definitely enjoyed 99% of this puzzle. This was absolutely awesome. This last part is, yeah, it's just exactly the kind of thing that I hate in hand puzzles. It's too much research and I just don't know what to look for. And I didn't recognize any of these names. Mego, Weidman, Brady, Müller, Urban. Yeah, in fact, why are some of these, like Brady is the surname and then Urban is the first name? Well, anyway. Long story short, I guess I did solve it in the end. Thank you so much for this gift. Tell Santa. Thank you so much for this gift. I enjoyed the programming exercise tremendously, and I'm impressed with your construction. I'm sorry that the... Oh, Temwe. Thought I could give you a puzzle so long you would never finish it, but there was a system weakness and you used Prone to actually solve it. Right, anyway, thank you so much for this gift. I enjoyed the Prone exercise tremendously and I'm impressed with your construction. I'm sorry that the last part didn't quite tickle my fancy, but I suppose you can never please everyone. Thank you. Alright. So, thank you everybody for watching the stream and watching me struggle through that last part and getting frustrated by it. But apart from that, I hope that you had a lot of fun watching me solve this. And I will see you again some other time when we do more coding with Timmy. Okay? Goodbye!